Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Boy, oh boy, do we have a special one coming at you tonight. Thank you for tuning in live this evening on a very non-standard time, 6 p.m. Eastern here. It's about, I don't know what, it's tomorrow in Australia. This is a real-time flight that's about to go down. We're going to copy it. 15-hour block, about a 13.5-hour flight time. Hopefully flying at cost index of 500. We'll maybe get around 13 hours or so. But I promised y'all if we hit 800 likes on a stream from New Zealand to Australia, I would do this flight in one shot. So here we are. You guys hit the like button. Man of my word, and we're going to give it a shot tonight. So I appreciate everyone who tuned in today. There's almost 200 people here already. I appreciate you. I couldn't even begin to go through the shout-outs, but I just want to take a quick moment to say thank you to every one of you that is here, that has hit the like button, that has supported me, supported this channel, and are going to be supporting me tonight as we attempt a record here on the V1 channel. This is a record long haul. Green dot, you changed your airplane back. But this is a record. This is almost, 6,700 nautical miles. I flew this flight many years ago on a 747-400. The real flight number is Qantas Flight 11. And all I remember was being served lunch, or breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but it was not in that order. It was like lunch, dinner, breakfast, something like that. So when you get breakfast after dinner, you know you've been on an airplane too long. So anyway, that's what we've got in store. I'm going to be here for a couple hours, getting the flight up to speed, up to cruise altitude. I'll probably take a break, might come back. I got my crew rest facility. I got an air mattress in the office ready to go. So it's going to be a while. We should be landing right around, 6 or 7 a.m. West Coast time, LA, Los Angeles tomorrow. This is going to be interesting. I hope you guys are ready. We're close to 1 million pounds on takeoff weight. So thank you all who have tuned in. Thank you for the members. J-Long, welcome back to the private pilot Green, Team Green, my friend. Look at this. We got a Korean Air 748 blasting off right now. Hold on. Let's take a look at this. And then we need to get right to it because we have a full airplane to load. We'll go over it here. Oh, look at that 7.4 taking off. Gotta love it. 7.4-8. Who's excited? Jeremy, appreciate you. Thank you, guys. How about that countdown music? The Qantas call-outs. Those are real call-outs from a Qantas flight. Just absolutely awesome music. Jeremy always bringing his A-game when he makes the music for the countdown. So thank you, Jeremy. Good to see you, man. He says there's no backing out now. You've passed V1. Yeah, we've passed V1. Right now, internet's good. Frames are good. I expect all kinds of mayhem to happen throughout this flight, but whatever happens, we are going to persevere and try to land this puppy in Los Angeles. All right, looks like catering is done, chat. Let's go ahead and hop into our airplane and get it fired up so we can start the boarding process. Battery switch is coming online. We're going external power 1, external power 2. Standby is going to auto. Let's get those ADIRs into align nav. And before we can even align the ADIRs, we already have a 10 gifted membership donation from Stephen Hayner. Absolutely legendary. Thank you, Stephen, for supporting the channel. I was kind of looking forward to seeing you fly a DC-6 all the way to LA, man. I appreciate it. If you pick up a membership from Stephen, make sure you shout him out and say thank you. That is very kind of you. And right behind Stephen, Aviator Nick, gifting 10 more memberships to the channel. Team Green, thank you all for the support. Aviator Nick, very kind of you. Again, if you guys pick up a membership, please use your manners to say thank you to those who have supported the channel by gifting you a membership. All too kind. There are definitely overhead costs with this channel, especially to all who know that I rent out an office to bring you content. And tonight we're going to turn this office into a crew rest facility. So I got my air mattress up. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. All green indeed, Stratocast. All green. All right, chat. Let me go heads down for just a minute while you guys get your new memberships on board. Let me make sure we get everything squared away here. We don't need any of these right now. Lights are good. Coming up that's going to stay off. We don't need our fuel tank pumps, so everything looks good there. We'll go ahead and arm the emergency exit lights. We'll close the guard packs. We'll get our nav lights on, logo lights on, even though it's daytime, doesn't really matter. Engine APU bleed is on, but no APU running, so that's fine. Everything looks good there. That's all normal. Those are in off because we have no pressure. Okay, overhead panel looks good. Let's get right into the meat and potatoes. Make sure we do this correctly. We do a pause and knit, GPS position, route request. We have a absolute whammy of flight plan stuff to go over tonight. So let me change my radios because Christy says I'm going to forget. I probably will. 122800. We'll put that in the active. All right, we're on Unicom. Looks like our uplink is ready. Least I could do, V1, put a 1 in front of the 5, and you've earned $1 an hour from me. Hey, Steven Seifert, thank you for the $5 super chat. Too kind, appreciate you. Very, very kind, appreciate the gifted, or the $5 super chat. And oh my goodness, you guys are just, I'm going to have to pause this alert box here. You guys are absolutely bringing the love tonight. John, I appreciate the support. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Fireflyer1002 gifting 10 memberships as well. Appreciate that. We've got, look at this chat. This is what makes V1 Nation so great right now. This moment, we've got people gifting to other people. We've got good frames. We've got airplanes. This is awesome. Thank you so much for the support and the love, everybody. You guys are awesome. Fireflyer, I appreciate the 10 gifted subs and another 10 gifted subs from Steve Sasbo as well. So I appreciate it. I mean, I would be sitting here doing shout outs for the next 20 minutes. But if you have just gifted memberships, I really do appreciate the generosity. Thank you for supporting the channel. Billy B16, I see your gifted membership there as well. Thank you, thank you. All right. The alert box is muted for the time being because you guys are all animals and just giving everybody memberships, which is absolutely awesome. Appreciate you. We got that runway. There it is, YSSY to LAX. We're going to execute that. With that executed, now we're going to go ahead and go to the menu page, settings, weight and balance, and I'm curious, if I call the fuel truck now, will he fill me up? That'd be a lot of gas. I don't want to really do that. Let's go ahead and set from OFP. We gotta wait for 364 people anyway. Here we go. We're gonna be at max takeoff weight, almost 1 million pounds. Alexander Crompton, welcome to Private Pilot. Glad to have you on board, sir. I put on an extra 30,000 pounds of gas as well. We have 407,000 pounds of fuel this evening. There's our CG, min, max. Oh boy, that is, with that weight, we are 978.9 max takeoff weight. Let me check my paper charts over here. Our max structural takeoff this evening is 975. So we got 3,000 pounds to burn before we can even get airborne. But that is good. Our weight and balance checks out. We're a full boat. So with that loaded, before we get through the flight plan, I'm going to go ahead and start the boarding process.
Boarding requested.
Because we got 364 folks to board in real time. For the Coffee and Snacks Fund, Stratocast, a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very kind. Yes, Coffee and Snacks Fund. That's going to keep me running all night long, Stratocast. Thank you. Very kind of you. Max Frank, I know. I knew someone was going to come in there and say that. Appreciate you. Crikey. I know, Captain No Likey. Shaq, good to see Shaq Oatmeal in the house. Shaq, hope you're well, man. Shaq Oatmeal. Crushing it, man. Good to see you here, Shaq. Aaron, the Irish lad himself, is up late. Appreciate you, Aaron, for hanging out with us tonight. Good evening.
Outside runway 34 left, crossing 07 traffic.
I'm going to turn that down to like 2 or 1. All right, let's go ahead and continue with our flight plan preparation. While the boarding process gets underway, we're going to be, the only runway we can take is 34 left.
Crew?
Nope, crew is already on board. So boarding passengers now. It's going to take a minute.
Passengers boarding started.
Let me get Navigraph up, and we got plenty of time to go through this. Andy Boyce, good to see you, man. Mike Jones. Mike Jones is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. 3-4 left, Sydney 2 departure, no transition. Execute is going to be a radar vector. We'll go back to our departure arrival index. It's a long time from now, but eventually we're going to be going to a Los Angeles arrival. What is it? 2-5 left is what we're going to plan for in LAX. 2-5 left, ILS. We're coming up to Goats 1. On the Goats 1 arrival. The transition, let's take a look here. Man, I feel like we don't even need to be goats. We're coming off the Ficky up from the south. So Trindo. And now if I look at the approaches, so let me go LAX, airport info. Nope, hold on, airports, LAX. I mean, we've got an entire day to decide what runway we're landing. It'd be pretty cool if by the time we get there we have to land eastbound. That would be pretty cool. ILS 25 left, let's look at the chart here. Trindo, Ficky, I kind of want to come up this way. Where's Ficky at? I would like to take it from this transition. We don't want to do Clipper. Circus. I guess we could do Gate. Arrivals. Geyser gifting 5 more memberships to the channel. Geyser, appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Getting more memberships out here. I appreciate you. Very, very kind. All right, Goats 1. What am I missing here? Goats. Ficky transition, so we want that. I guess we'll do the gate. We'll do the gate on ILS 25 left. Execute that. Our route page, our alternate is Las Vegas. Our alternate of Vegas. Let's see. We'll look at that fuel in a minute. Let me go back to the init ref. Let me go back to the index here real quick. Perf. I'm going to wait for this to finish. We're cost indexed to 500 today, though. So cost index of 500. Thrust limit, we're going to take care of this after we finish boarding. So we'll go ahead and skip through this. We're going to be doing a flaps 20 when we get our final gross weights done. So we're pretty much ready to go on that front. Let me go back to the perf. We'll leave it on this page until we finish it up. All right, so that looks good. Matt Good. Matt Good dropping 20 memberships to the how this is insane. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 75 new members to the channel before we even get off the gate. Matt Good, too kind of you, sir. Appreciate the support. Like my frames, my frames are tanking just because of the amount of membership gifts that Streamlabs has got to run through for the alert box. I have to pause the alert box completely here. But you're awesome. Max, 312 viewing, 192 likes. We had 70 likes. That might be a record. 70 likes before the stream even went live. Appreciate the love. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Let's make this a record-setting flight. I'm pretty sure this is a record-setting flight from the gifted memberships already. For all you wonderful supporters there gifting the Christmas holiday cheer. Let's just go for a record all around. We're doing a record long haul, record time en route. We're doing record gifted subs. Let's do record likes. Why not? Why not? Be a friend, tell a friend, even if they don't want to watch. Tell them to come over here, hit the like button, go back to whatever they were doing. Let's see if we can just make a record all around. Excited for the stream, love the videos, and I've learned so much from your channel. Matt Good, thank you. I appreciate that. That makes me happy. As long as, we focus on the edutainment side of things here on this channel, I do try to take the moments to teach, especially when we're in Airbuses, and even when we're not in Airbuses. If there's a scenario or something that I can take my real-world knowledge and apply it to the sim and teach you, that is what I do this for. So when I get feedback that y'all are not only enjoying the streams or we have fun when we're running PC-12s off the runway, but you do pick up information and learn things, that really hits home to me. So I appreciate the support, Matt. Thank you. Zach, we're going to do packs off. Yeah, we're going packs off just because of the gifted membership record hitting already. We're going packs off because you guys are amazing. Brandon Brodsky, 6 months of support. I appreciate you. Man, it sucks I can't join because of work. Enjoy the flight V1. Brandon Brodsky, I appreciate you. Don't feel bad, man. Just glad to have you here, and thank you for the support. And we'll see you when you get done with work, my friend. This is insane. You guys are... Make sure you have your gifted memberships on, because if you don't, we may run out of subscribers to be gifted memberships to. Who is that? Another 10 gifted memberships from Black Flag Media. Thank you. All green chat is the goal, says Caleb. Black Flag Media, thank you for the support and sending the membership love to the channel, my friend. Thank you very much. What's up, V1? Do you love the V3 throttle? I want to buy one. JJ Stevens, yes. The Throttleteks, I absolutely love them. Not using the Throttletek today because I got 4 engines, but I love the Throttletek stuff. I got it on the 7.3. We're going to be running the 7.3 Throttletek some more, too. I feel like we need to get some more use out of that. But, yes, the V3, the Throttletek Flightbox, I love it for the Airbus. A big thing for me is, you know, that muscle memory. Being a real-world pilot, too, is I want to be able to make sure what I'm doing here on the sim is not going to conflict with what I need to do in real life. So having everything in the right spot was a big deal for me, and the Throttletek has not let me down. What happens when there is no one left to receive the gifted membership? Billy B16, I actually don't know, my friend. I don't know. We might end up having that problem. All right, everybody, we're still boarding. We'll hit the magic barrel ref key. I'm going to brighten up. Everything is max bright, right? We'll make sure everything is max bright here. All our displays up. We'll panel backlight. I am using the effects mod. We got all the maximum effects mods on. I tell you what, let's do a plan real quick. Let's step through this hell of a flight plan. What I like about the 7.4 is you can really zoom this sucker out. It's 1,280 miles. We'll put the range on 640. Let's take a look here at our flight plan. We'll go to the legs page. We'll step through this. It's going to be a vector departure. I'm going to try to do a cinematic departure over downtown city. We don't have any ATC on, so I'm going to do my best to kind of give us a little self-vector. We'll eventually pick up the airway somewhere over Nobar and Shaza. We'll get on course. We got multiple step climbs planned for today. I think we're going up to 310 initially. Pretty self-explanatory on the flight plan, though. It's pretty much a straight shot going across here, which makes sense. There's nothing around. It's just water. We pass Fiji. We pass Hawaiian Chain. Did we go over Midway, or are we a little off for Midway? But, or maybe not Midway. Isn't there another island? And then there's our arrival into Los Angeles. So everything looks good there. Our flight plan is pretty much simple. That's the easiest part of tonight's flight, is getting the flight plan loaded. That's easy, so that's good. We'll go back to our map page. We'll bring the range back down so we can see where we are. What we can look at while we're sitting here, this is kind of cool. We'll go back to the airports. 74-8, we have specific taxi charts that we have to look at. This is for 74-8 only, or the Dash 8 freighter. Here's the Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport. We're going to be off the international terminal. Oh, I don't have Navigraph up. Oh my goodness. 10 more gifted memberships from Mickey G. Mickey G, the 707 driver himself, gifting memberships. It's an honor to have you on board, Mickey. Thank you for the support, and thank you for gifting 10 more memberships to the channel, Mickey. Very, very, very kind of you. So right here, you can see the green charts is what we need. We're going to push off straight back. We'll go nose, depending on what the traffic looks like, we'll probably go nose left, tail to the right. And it's a simple taxi, thank goodness. It's just straight on Alpha all the way down. But because of our wingspan, we are not authorized to cross over and come down this way. We'd have to come back. So we can't take Bravo. If we had to go this way, it's pretty much a simple shot too. But 74-8F limited on the Amber on hotel, but we don't have to worry about that. Straight shot. But this is something you should keep in the back of your mind when you start flying these larger airplanes, especially when the fly-by-wire 380 comes out. 380 also has a lot of restrictions when it comes to ground operations. So you're going to want to, that's going to be another thing you got to have in the back of your mind if you want to fly on VATSIM and you want to try to simulate realism and all that. Make sure you have the right chart. It's not just going to be your 10.9. It's going to be your 10.9 Lima chart in this case for the 747-8. But luckily enough for us tonight, simple Alpha taxiway. All right, so taxi has been briefed. We've got our little simulated OANs on there. We'll go ahead and put 2000 on the squawk code. 2000 is set. 122.8 is set there. I'll tell you what, how many people we got on board already? Let's take a look. 120. I bet you it's going to start to get warm. Let's go ahead and fire up the APU. So we'll put it on fuel. We got our fuel on board, so we'll get our tank pumps on. I might have to look at the configuration because we have pretty much fuel in all tanks, but let's go ahead and start the APU, take a listen, and we'll also look for some smoke popping out. There she is. Love the effects mod. Looks a lot cleaner than when we flew the freighter. I feel like when we flew the Dash 8 freighter, when the APU lit off, it was just a bunch of black smoke. This looks a little more friendly, a little more normal. Roller Pilot, 22 months of support. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the great content. You're absolutely welcome. Oh, listen to that spool up. I love it. I love it, chat. Absolutely love it. Let's come to our aft window view here. Look at those 7.4s. We've got a speed bed right next to us. Does my wife think I'm absolutely crazy? Yes, she absolutely does. I think we're going to so the pseudo plan, depending on how long it takes us to get airborne. The pseudo plan was I was going to obviously get us airborne, take off, and then I was going to take a kind of a quick break. I was going to meet the wife for a dinner and a couple glasses of wine, and then she's going to bring me back to the office, which the place, I mean, I could walk there. It's right across the street. And then, yeah, then I'll probably come back live here, be on the duty station until I get tired, and then after that, it's going to be up to the flight sim gods, because I am not going to be sitting on my PC for 12 hours. We're going to have to hope everything goes. What we have to determine is when we are MIA, when we're not at the duty station, do we want to leave the screen on an exterior shot, or do we want to be on the cockpit view in case we see some ICAS messages or something pop up? Charlie Romeo, good to see you. Welcome. He says, V1, my son just celebrated a flight school buddy's new hire by using their crew benefits to ride a UPS 748 from Louisville to Honolulu for a hiking beach trip. Charlie Romeo, that's awesome. That's good stuff, man. That's quite the flight, UPS 748 from Louisville to Honolulu. But fantastic news, Charlie Romeo. Glad things are going well. Have you ever had a chance to be on a 7.4? Yes, Corwin Tipper. I flew this exact flight. Man, it must have been, no, it's definitely over a decade ago now. It was a 747-400 from Sydney to LAX. I did a trip to Fiji, and then from Fiji we went to Australia, and then Australia straight back to LAX. So, yeah, this flight is, not only is it a cool record setter for this channel and whatnot, but the fact that I get to kind of relive that experience in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I don't know, it's just kind of cool to me, because that was the last time I flew on a 747, was Qantas Flight 11 on a 744. So, and to be honest, y'all know my favorite's the 727, but if I had the 74 is right there with the 72. I think I just like the 727 because of what I visualized as a child when I saw it do a power back. But the 7.4, I mean, it is right there. It's less than a point behind the 727 in my book for my favorite airplane. VOD will be maxed out at 12 hours. Yep, Captain will. So if you want to see the landing, the only way you're going to be able to see it is live. So the replay will, the stream replay will cut off at 12 hours. So... And I'm debating doing a second stream or like launching a second stream, but I don't know. I kind of like the fact that only the live members, only the people live will see the landing. I don't know. Maybe in future long hauls we'll divide it up, but I think for this one, it'll be a reward for everybody who's flying it or everybody who makes it to the landing. You get to see it live, and that's it. I hope SoCal is on tomorrow when 15 heavies start arriving. I know, it could be interesting, right, Tyson? Good luck for this flight, Captain. Salute. GNR, thank you for the kind words, my friend. Glad to have you on board. Okay, let me do a couple things. I always see a little, oh, look at that cute little narrow body taking off over there. All right, let me get a couple things. Let me put the alert box back on so I don't miss anything. And now let's do a quick, we're about halfway on our people. Let's go ahead and get the packs on. So we'll get packs 1 and 2 on. Engine bleeds. We could turn the engine bleeds on for engine start. We'll put the pressurization in auto for right now. Windshield heat can stay off until we start up. Let's take a look at our fuel load. Let's go to APU Gen. So APU Gen. All right, that looks good. I think our overhead is pretty much as set as we can do it for right now. Once the passengers finish boarding, then I will do the final initialization and make sure we have proper speeds, and we'll set V2. But with no ATC on, I was going to set top altitude, but I tell you what, since we're going to do a cinematic flyover of Sydney, let's set our top altitude of 3,000. We'll do 3,000. Coming back down here, let me look at a couple things. Can I put you? Oh yeah, they are split. So I'm going to put you on legs page. I'm going to go back to perf and on this page. All right, good deal. So that is set. Our total fuel on board. Let me pull up the fuel page, and I'm verifying I printed this so I can have it. Wheels up time, Jesse, we're aiming for about 7 p.m., so about 30 minutes. But it's really going to depend on our boarding process, because we are boarding in real time, or as close to real time as we can with SimBrief, or not with SimBrief, GSX rather. All right, so initially our remaining fuel was 42,000. I added 30, so we've got 72,000 pounds of extra. Our landing weight is gonna 642. It's gonna be 672. We should be 10,000 pounds under max landing weight, so we should still be plenty good there. I brought extra fuel because I don't know what's going to happen en route. I don't know if we're going to have a takeoff delay with all these heavies getting out of here, or if we have to deal with spacing tomorrow with SoCal. So originally planned was 40,000 extra. I'm taking another 30 just to be extra safe. We still be under max. Our min takeoff fuel, this is what is important though. Our min takeoff 375. So we got to make sure we're above 375 on min takeoff fuel. Right now our total takeoff fuel is 407,000, so we're looking good. Ground stops in effect for LAX. Oh no, we don't want that. John, thank you for the 22 months of support. Hey Captain, I stayed at the Riders and flew to LAX from this gate. Pretty cool. Or the Ridges. I stayed at the Ridges? John, that's awesome, man. That's very cool. Yeah, I chose this gate, John, because the real flight, Qantas Flight 11, that is leaving at right now, this time, is leaving from Gate 9. So you can track it on FlightAware. We're going to see if we can beat him in. Let me double check with my other flight plan here real quick. I think I have an updated one. Well, I know you can't see it right now. I'm updating my other Navigraph. Yeah, 72. What's our landing weight? Landing weight 6426. Okay, so we're still good. For a second, I thought we were going to be too close to our max landing weight by taking too much fuel, but no, we're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine. All right, what is our divert fuel? To to Las Vegas, though, we need 16,000. In the extra, we're putting 30. Okay. So I will put 30.0 in the reserves. We're taking 30 extra reserve, but that's not a true reserve. That's just extra. We'll wait for that to finish. All right, our fuel in tanks, 35.96. So we're gonna have to do some fuel balancing. What I might end up having to do is putting it on auto balance, because I'm not gonna be waking up in the middle of the night just to balance fuel. So before we go MIA for the evening, make sure that I do change the auto fuel. I'm not going to change it now. It's in the settings here. But I think the way I understand it is we basically need to burn everything down and to make it equal. So we got main 96. Yeah, everything is normal though right now. All right, so our fuel is good. Fuel page is good. ECS, how we looking? It's perfect. We're holding 75 degrees. All right, so let's go ahead and bring up the checklist. Uh-oh.
I guess I gotta set my alarm here in LA early tomorrow morning. Just know, if you land before 6 a.m., you'll have to sit at the gate, because in real life, customs doesn't open till 6 a.m. here at LAX. I'm going to need a huge extra hot latte. Lol.
Callie Simmer, thank you for the $10 bank angle check. Appreciate that, Callie Simmer. Very kind of you. Yes, an extra large hot latte. I had a large latte just before the stream started, so I'm fired up. I'm going to need another one probably around 2 o'clock in the morning as well. But yeah, if we land before 6 a.m., everyone's got to stay on the airplane because customs won't be open. I've had that happen to me in real life too. It's kind of annoying. Where you come in from an international turn, and like it happens in Miami and Lauderdale. I've done that a couple of different times. But I appreciate the support, Callie Simmer. Thank you for the $10 bank angle check. I hope to see you live on the landing. How many likes for an air mattress cam? Jeez, Jeff. So? Yeah, no. Don't need an air mattress cam. If I can, I'll post an image in the Discord, though. Never got a chance to ride on one of these screens. Feel like I've really missed out on something in live. Alfie, there's still a few flying around. There's still time. There's still time, Alfie Douglas. Let's hope you don't snore. I will definitely mount the mic. Sydney Tower is online. 12050. Oh boy. Do we have to get clearance from Sydney Tower? Or do we have to get a PDC from Sydney Tower? Uh-oh. If we have to get a PDC from Sydney Tower, I'm going to call them right now. Or do they just give us takeoff clearance? 120500.
And Sydney Tower, good morning, United 8. Request clearance to LA.
United 842, Sydney Toga Day. Set a LAX by the Nova flight plan route. Runway 34 left, Sydney 3 departure. Climb by the SID 5000, squawk 1021. Departures, unit on 162.1.
Cleared to LAX via Nova flight plan route, 34 left, Sydney 3 departure. Climb by the SID 5000, squawk 1021, and departures on Unicom for United 842.
Yeah, 42, thanks.
Sydney Tower, good morning. Qantas Flight 357, information Alpha, clearance to LA.
Qantas 357, target A, clear to LA via the Nova flight plan route. Runway 34 left, Sydney 3 departure. Climb by the SID 5000, squawk 1516, departures on Unicom.
Go to Los Angeles, no bar flight plan, Sydney 3 departure. Climb via the SID, maintain 5,000. Departures on Unicom, squawking 1516, Qantas 357.
What a 357.
Sweet.
Tower, hello,
Now everyone's going to be calling.
08 with information Alpha, request for clearance to Los Angeles.
Sorry, last station was that Virgin 5 Yankee X-ray. I had 2 at once first.
All right, we got everybody calling. We'll mute it for a second. Let the chaos begin, says Zippy. Yeah, we need to be ready to go. Who was that? Kanoki coming in with a €6 donation. Appreciate you. Hey, V1, love to see your long haul. Flight Deck to Sim doing a Concorde long haul tomorrow. Is he really while I'm still in cruise? Oh boy, how about tuning in live on stream? Kanopi, if I'm awake, I will tune in. Is he flying the Cometa Concorde on X-Plane? Fantastic. Good old Flight Deck to Sim, man. We've got to tell him. I might drop in and be like, hey, 2024 is the year we have to do a collab. We've gone, 4 years now of knowing of each other, and we've spoke a couple times. But we can never line up our schedules, but I think we have to make it a point. 2024, we got to do a collab. Thank you for the support, Kanopi, though. Appreciate the support. This guy's going to be giving out clearances to LA all day. I know. He probably is like, I'm going to tune in for a Friday morning, mate. Oh, bloody hell, crikey. There's 42 airplanes going to Los Angeles. I think the pandemic hit Qantas hard if they're using air mattresses in the crew rest. How are we doing on passengers? We got, what's the last update? I haven't looked at it yet. 302 of 364, chat. 302 of 364. So 3,000. What did he give us? Oh, he gave us 5,000. All right, so we'll do our flyover at 5,000 feet. We're gonna have to. This is my favorite part. That we're gonna have to request a high speed. 5,000 feet. I'll get the IAS, I'll get the V2 here after departure. The Sydney 3 departure procedure, let me double check. It's a radar vector departure, but off 34 left it says track heading 335. No turn below 1500. Cool. So we will set heading 335, and we can do that via the Honeycomb Bravo, I believe, right? Let me double check. Yeah. 335 is set in the heading. All we have to do is finish our perf init. And what do we got here for fuel flow, pumps? Those are override. We don't want those on. We need center tank pumps on, though. There we go. And do we need the stab tank pumps on, too? So I think entry, fuel override 3 off, fuel override 2 off. We need the overrides on. Okay. Overrides are on. TCAS, entry, wing and eyes, and engine shutdowns. Cool, that's normal. TCAS is off. We're getting ready to push, though. Let's go ahead and let's set that sucker into TARA, above mode, 1516. Man, I'm excited. Who's excited? Are you guys excited? Smash down that like button. I am so excited for this flight. I don't know why I am on this long-haul itch. You sim brief. What did I mess up? You sim brief for what? Did I mess up something? Oh, JJ Stevens. Yeah. The flight plan, exclamation point, route. Exclamation point, route. Here, I'll pull it up for you. I made a modification to the flight because SimBrief gives you some funky ones. This is a realistic route here. So this is what we got. This is the no-bar flight plan. Tower reverted to PDC. Well, if any of y'all know the tower controller, I don't know if he knows there's a stream going on or not, but if he's aware, let him know we appreciate him hopping on and giving out some clearances. Just adds to the excitement. And it's going to be sweet having a takeoff clearance from a controller here when we blast off going to LA. Looks like Green Dot Aviation is doing his pushback. There's the old Speedbirds, typical nose heavy. Look at that. Too many crumpets, too many tea and crumpets in that flight deck. Goodness. What are y'all eating over there in British land? Captain Pay better be good on the 747. Jeremy, it is in the U.S., or it used to be. I don't know what it is abroad. It's probably up there. It's a wide body. Too many biscuits. $340 of 364. We only got 20 more people to board, chat. Well, this kind of ruins. Hey, it wouldn't be a Microsoft Flight Simulator stream without some shenanigans, as XP says. So, hey. Talking about immersion killer, but that's just funny. I mean, I love it. We can either look at that, or we can look at a, this is a cool view with Sydney in the background. There we go. We're all boarded up, getting our seatbelts on, the clicks of the seatbelts. Love it. I'm so pumped for this flight. COG is a little out of limits. Rail Cowgirl, good evening. Good to see you. The Brits are all packed up against the door trying to be the first to the conveyor. Real Cowgirl, good to have you on board. I was checking out your channel the other day because I saw you coming through the chat, and it's very intriguing. The railways in Norway and everything, beautiful, absolutely beautiful stuff. So it's kind of a weird, but like not weird, but like an interesting conversion because it's trains and airplanes, kind of the same thing, but not. But I don't know, just cool. Very neat channel. Glad to have you on board. John Jacobs, the 140 Azar. I appreciate the support, John. I don't see Johan Jacobs. Appreciate the donation. No message, but hey, I appreciate that. That is very kind of you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Must have put the CG in wrong. Good morning from Lahore, Pakistan. Actually, it's still twilight. Ifran Ahmed, well, good morning. 358 of 364, chat. We're getting there. We are getting there. Oh, here we go. It's about time. 360 of 364. I'm excited. Let's go. We're going to go nose left, tail right. 2 more people. Jeremy Harvey, I hope you got on board because we're about to roll. Green Dot is Irish, not British. Oh, he is, Aaron? Dang. 364, 364. Boarding completed. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for pushback and departure. Departure clearance is requested. Beacon is going on to both. We're going to come down here. We're going to go seatbelts, auto. Let's run through our final inits. 0 fuel weight, 571.9. Gross weight, 978.9. That checks out. Reserves of 30,000. Thrust limit, 29. Our takeoff N1, 100.3. It doesn't get any better than that, chat. No D rates. Takeoff, we're doing flaps 20. Flaps 10 is not going to cut it. We're doing a flaps 20, a CG of 23. We got 54, 67, 80. 3-4 left. Reference speeds on. Ladies and gentlemen, passenger signs are on. MCP, we need to set 180. Okay, that's shift key helps that out there. 180 V2 is set. The MCP takeoff speed, CDU pre-flight trim is 6.5. 6.5 is set. Taxi takeoff briefing. You guys have been briefed. Before taxi is all that we got left. Magic barrel ref key. Double check that. They're locking gear. Oh, green dot's in my way. We gotta wait for green dot. Zippy Zapple. Push in front of me. How dare you? How many likes for packs off external view? We need to go, hold on, backwards here. We need to go nose left, tail right. It says release brakes, but we can't release brakes. We're holding a push. We're holding a push. There's a Zippy Zapples and he's in lawn dart mode behind us. We're going to do a packs off takeoff anyway. We'll do a packs off anyway just because of the support. You guys have been absolutely awesome with the gifted memberships and the donations. 400 viewers, 300 likes before we left the gate. That's another record broken. This stream is all about breaking records, so I appreciate you. Do I need to request push and start? Oh, no weather briefing? Good stuff, I forgot. We were supposed to do a weather briefing. You guys want me to call the weather briefer? I'm trying to figure out how to get my weather briefing to work. Hang on. All right, go ahead with the weather brief for Qantas Flight 357, please.
Qantas 357, oi mate, weather briefing for today, Sydney to LAX, expect departure, winds northwest with 7 knots, cavalcade, 29 degrees. Weather looks fine for your route up to Fiji. There'll be some weather there due to the tropical convergence zone moving southeast by the time that you're passing over Fiji, and northeast of Fiji. You may get some weather between the position Wacos and YZ, but not significant, so don't worry about it.
All right.
And you get it's on your arrival at a phone, and what is where we have atmospheric river coming to the west coast, so you may get some convective weather on your arrival.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, that sounds pretty good, pretty benign. I appreciate that. I got no further questions. Thank you for the brief.
Thank you for calling, Captain. Have a nice flight.
All right,
See
take
ya.
care. We'll see you. All right, folks, we got our weather briefing. I mean, this is realism at a whole new level, right? Courtesy of Gustavo. All right, Zippy Zapple is out of here. It's time to push back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Let's do it. Cockpit ground brakes, release your clit push. Not the atmospheric river. Ladies and gentlemen, we are off blocks at 6:46. Looking good.
2219 heavy with witness departure, rocket 10 for space 37, request push and start.
Cockpit around your clear start. All right, we're going to start them up 3 and 4. All right, packs are coming off. APU bleed is on. Engine bleeds are on. We're grounding 3 and 4.
Sorry, you know on my radar, just make sure.
1-800-WX brief, Mike P. That was pretty good. That was Gustavo's basically a weather briefer. All right, well, sounds like we got max motoring. Let's go ahead and light them off. Captain No Likey, we don't have time for runners. We full airplane. All right, we got a good start on 3 and 4. Let's go ahead and ground 1 and 2. Starting 1 and 2. Almost sounds better from here. The bass. All right, here comes a full bass. Ready? Brake set, glitter disconnect. There's the light off. There's a starter cutout. All right, we got 4 good starts. Packs 1, 2, and 3 are coming on. Window heat's coming on. Wing anti-ice is auto. Auto. Actually, we don't even need engine. We can leave it off. Let's just leave it off. We don't even need it in auto. That's all off. Wing is in auto. Or should it be in auto? I don't remember. I'm going to leave. We're going to leave the APU running. But we no longer need APU generator power, so that's coming off. We're going to leave the APU running because we're doing a packs off takeoff. We need to do flaps 20. Here we go. I think that's 20. GSX got the tug, toe, and pin out front. That may not be 20. What are we at? Oh no, that's 10. That's 20. Here it comes. Haven't been following Microsoft 7.4 stuff at all. This is just new default. No, this is the default, Aaron, but with a couple mods. Oh, that actually we got a little bit of texture on there. All right. Now we're cooking with gas. Look at that. All right, trims are set. Flaps 20. Anti-ice, recall checked. Auto brakes, RTO, flight controls. Let's. I tell you what, it would be a shame if we did this whole flight or whole thing here and did not do a flight control check and ran off the runway. Flight controls are checked. Ground equipment APU is going to stay on. Before takeoff, flaps are set. That's it. We'll get rid of it. We'll make that page dark. Let's get tower on. Flight director 1 and... Oh, yeah, flight director 1's all we got. We're going to be heading off the ground with VNAV armed. Sydney Tower Qantas 357 off gate 9, ready taxi.
Qantas 357, thanks. You can taxi Alpha, hold short of Golf.
Taxi Alpha, short of Golf, or Qantas 357. Alright, Alpha, short of Golf. That's going to be right at the end
5
of
Yankee
the
X-ray, which is about
terminals.
for you. Sorry for the delay. Once the Qantas
Taxi light on.
Taxied out, slip approved.
Let's get rolling.
When clear of the contact, different sort of route is the
She's a heavy bird. Right now our gross weight is 978,000 pounds. We might be a little bit over for takeoff, but that's all right. Quality Wing 787. That's a blast from the past, Crimson Ghost. So I've got my tiller way out here. Man, she is a heavy bird.
Station Sydney, Sydney Information Bravo. Current changes, the wind 270 degrees, 11 knots, temperature 30. That's the changes in
Almost
Bravo.
1 million pounds, I know, Fonzie. Isn't that crazy? What a feat of engineering. Look at those slats. Here we go. That's the upper deck view right there. Upper deck, lower deck. Lower deck window, upper deck no window view. All right, Alpha's our first right here.
With information Bravo on gate 58.
I like big birds and I cannot lie.
Taxi Golf, hold short Alpha.
Taxi Golf, hold short Alpha, Delta 11 heavy.
Delta 34, you can continue taxi across runway 25 to the Alpha 6 holding point, runway 34 left.
Cross 25 and holding point 34 left, Alpha 6 for Delta 34.
Delta 40 for taxi, Barbara on board.
The last station, just full time over.
Delta 40.
I wish we could see this.
Just confirm, you know, north
That's
or south?
actually Team Vodka and a brand F74. It looks amazing.
Delta 40.
All right, Golf is up here behind this
Taxi
350.
International 4, hold short of Golf.
International 4, short of Golf, Delta 40.
Feel bad for
Qantas
anybody.
357, you can follow the Delta 350 that's in front of you. Taxi Alpha cross 25, holding point Alpha 6, runway 34 left.
All right, we'll follow Delta in front of us. Go to the 34 left or Delta 357. Or what are we? Qantas 357. Following the Delta, clearing across.
Sydney correction, Sydney approach is now online. There's a new departure frequency for all aircraft. New departure frequency 124.844.
Ooh, we got departure. 124.4. We'll get that here in a minute.
Do we have availability just to hold here for a minute? I just need to burn off like 300 kilograms of fuel.
About 95 Tango Whiskey, no worries.
Sydney Tower, record 343, heavy holding on Juliet, holding short of Alpha. Ready taxi 34 left, squawking
Left, clear across,
1341
clear right, clear across. Hey, we even have a fire truck here for our
hold position, should be
water
on.
cannon salute.
343, heavy holding.
I feel bad for any poor guys flying into Sydney this evening. Like, oh,
Qantas 40.
Coming in on my long haul,
Stand by.
and there's nowhere to park. They're like,
Quadrant 47, you can taxi Golf and hold short of Alpha.
Alright, 24-4 on departure.
Golf hold short of Alpha.
Alpha.
Delta 611, make a right, Alpha cross
24-4 is primed up in the secondary.
Right to Alpha, cross 5, Alpha 6.3 for left, Alpha 611 heavy.
I don't know how many are joining officially,
and
Brian.
11, push approved.
But I know we have a lot.
In International 1.
Are these more people parked over
Push
here?
approved, caution the
A triple and a 7-8?
Delta 40, make a left, Golf, right, Alpha cross 25, Alpha 6 holding point, runway 34 left.
Go left, Golf, right on Alpha, and cross runway 25, holding by Alpha.
Can we get 400 likes before takeoff? You think we can do it? We got 500 watching. Let's set another record. 400 likes before takeoff. Let's do it. Let's set another record. Let's smash all the previous records. That's a nice 7-8 right there. Looking good. How are we looking?
2338 is at international cargo ready for decking.
2338. You can taxi Alpha, hold short of Golf.
Alpha to Golf.
Oh, look at this little tunnel right here. Oh, this is cool. Bosco, gifting 5 memberships. Appreciate you, Bosco. You pick up a membership from Bosco, make sure you say thank you. Bosco, too kind. Appreciate the support. Smashed it to 400 likes already. You guys are awesome. This is a record.
6 Tail United 842, holding point Alpha 6, ready for departure in sequence.
What's Rockdale and Wollongong? Wollongong?
Sydney Tower, speed very 95 Tango Whiskey, we're ready to go.
95 Tango Whiskey, roger.
Like the Juliet Bridge at Tampa.
Runway 34 left, clear for takeoff.
We don't have anybody right behind us, do we?
Apologies, that's 29 left after departure.
It's not like we're holding up the line.
Seabed 95 Tango Whiskey, negative.
Can you go to this? Can you go to this beach right here? Is this
Runway
like?
34
Can you
left,
access that? That would be kind of cool. It'd be sitting at the beach watching planes taxi by.
95 Tango Whiskey Heavy.
Quarter 329 at request Alpha from Melbourne.
339, expect TDC, stand by.
Yogas might go on for a solid 5 minutes. That's the next record we have to break. We've broken every record so far, but we're gonna have to break the yogas when we go yoga. It's just gonna be a sea of blue. It might crash the chat box. Who knows? Oh, views aren't that great, Andrew.
Make a right Alpha cross runway 25 for the Alpha 6 holding point.
Wingnut says super impressive default airplanes. Even the flat modeling is pretty good. I know Wingnut. This is not bad. I'm telling you, man. Like it's really not bad, and it hand flies pretty darn good.
Thanks for your patience. Make a right Alpha to the Alpha 6 holding point. Runway 34 left.
Make a right, Alpha 6 holding point, American 243 heavy.
Of course, it's the American that's got the mic boost up to 1,000. Typical Americans. Nope, no Southwest taxi today. But you know what's cool, Tom, and I've said this before, is when you're in these big airplanes, like we're doing 15 knots right now. You wouldn't think it. You think we're doing 2 or 3 knots. But because it's such a massive airplane, it looks slower. And that's true to real life. I remember the first time I ever sat in the jump seat of an airliner was a 7-3. And I remember sitting in the jump seat, landing. I was on a Southwest 7-3. And I was like, man, it feels like we're going so slow. But it was my first experience in an airliner from the jump seat. It's true. And the bigger you get in the airplane, the slower everything seems to be happening around you. And Delta it's crazy that 40, you even get the same feeling.
Before, but just confirm for me your score code 1260
in Microsoft.
And the Sydney 3 departure.
It's Sydney 3, 1260, we call on edge contact Delta 40.
Delta 40, thanks. Sorry, I've had about like 20 aircraft call me in about 5 minutes. So.
No way.
Oh, there goes another 7-4.
You blame V1 for that.
I don't know who that is.
2338 on Alpha, continue taxi cross 25 to the Alpha 6 holding point, runway 34 left.
Look at that 7-4 rolling. Oh my goodness, 20 gifted memberships. This is insane. Crimson Ghost. Be kind. Thank you, Crimson Ghost. I
And
appreciate
British
the support.
83 should be much longer. Apologies for the delay. No problem,
Sorry, I can't even hear myself think. I was trying to see that 7-4 rotate, but it's so loud outside. Crimson Ghost, thank you for the massive 20 gifted memberships. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Thank you, Crimson Ghost. A couple other super chats came in there as well. And I even missed one from Havoc. Havoc, I missed yours. My alert box has been muted because everybody's just been absolutely chaotic with the support. Havoc, I appreciate your super chat. He says, Godspeed V1, wishing you fair winds and fairer frames. Havoc, salute to you, my friend. Fingers crossed. Hey, as long as I don't care if we drop frames out over the ocean, as long as we get airborne.
339, just confirm 442.
I mean, this has already been the most incredible start to stream I've ever had. This whole experience has been fun, just as is, so it's been incredible. What else we got here? Al Loper, the $10,
appreciate it.
The $10 super chat. Appreciate you. He says, good luck. We're all counting on you, Al. Man, thank you. I'm going to need the luck, my friend. We got a lot of obstacles on this flight. A lot of obstacles to overcome. Thank you, Al. I appreciate the support. And Harris coming in with 10 Canadian super chat. Pleasant flight, V1. Absolute treat as always. Harris, thank you for the super chat. Very kind. Thank you. This has been a wild experience. Just getting live and getting to the gate. This has been so much fun. Everyone's turned on Sydney approach.
You can taxi National
amazing.
International
Brian Reed.
339, hold position.
Brian Reed dropping 20 more super chats. Brian Reed, appreciate you, my friend. 20 more gifted memberships to the channel. We're going to make a dedicated... We have to make a dedicated Australia emoji to resemble this stream. We got to come up... Where's my emoji creator? We're going to need to do a... this stream specific emoji, so we can always reference it. This is epic. Absolutely epic. Thank you for another massive gift to the channel, Brian Reed. Very kind of you. Next two, I got departure 44 ready to go. I got it loaded up. Man, y'all really like to get close on the taxiway, don't you? I mean, we're not going anywhere. Like, look how far back I am. Like, give yourselves a little space. Give yourselves a little space.
9er, nose north, push straight.
Give yourselves a little space.
339 until Dawson with a Quadrant.
Screenshot the elephant walk. Jesus, nut. This is an elephant walk. We got a couple 350s, a triple, and a 7-4 wrapping it up. That's too cool. The APU exhaust be smelling good. APU exhaust be smelling good. Look at all these mids and their two engines. That looks like a slow takeoff roll there, unknighted. Any Korean jazz? Kyle, it wouldn't be a long haul without Korean jazz, my friend. It wouldn't be a long haul without Korean jazz.
That's 5 Yankee X-ray on Alpha, continue taxi, hold, correction, continue taxi, cross runway 25, taxi holding point on left.
On Alpha, continue taxi, 34 left, and cross runway 25, heading 5 Yankee X.
Smells like victory. Dougal McTavish, can't stay for this epic, but so glad I made it for the departure. Dougal, I can't stay either, but I appreciate you. Glad to have you here for the departure, Dougal.
On a 2219, make a right on Alpha, taxi Alpha cross 25 to the holding point 34 left.
Alright, we're going to be a little bit over, but I think we have the special weight mod. I think we could be 978 for takeoff, so we're below. Let's see, 975. Yeah, we're within the realm of air. In Brakes are set.
Last station calling 72.
This is cool. All right, recorder getting ready. Once we get cleared for takeoff, I will start the recording. Puerto Rican pilot, 10 more gifted memberships. Man, Puerto Rican pilot, thank you for the gifted memberships, my friend. Appreciate you. Still got people turning green. Still got people turning green in the chat. It's amazing. Everybody that's got a membership, we're gonna have to go yoga. We're gonna make it all blue. Another record.
On a 339, just hold short of Golf, so you'll remain on Alpha, just hold short of the intersection of Golf there.
Look at all these heavies. Look at this madness. This is absolutely madness. Look at the 380 out here. Look at that. This is unreal. Can we do... I don't know, Fireflyer, can we do it? Can we get 500 lights before takeoff? I mean, 400's a record. 500 would smash that record by 100.
On a 339, you can follow the Virgin A3.
Don't blow an engine. Yeah, Keith, I hope we don't. Jeff L, 5 more memberships. Jeff, salute to you, my friend. Jeff, appreciate the support. Long-time fan of the channel. Always a pleasure to have you on board. Thank you for the support. Hopefully everyone planned for taxi fuel. Oh, we're next. We're next. We're next, chat.
And Brennus 83 can follow the Qantas A330 on Alpha across 25 to the Alpha 6 holding point, runway 3 for left.
And follow the Qantas,
He's doing a static.
Alpha across 25, holding point 3 for left, Alpha 6, Granite 83.
There he goes. Sending it. Look at the wing flex. Man, could you imagine an Anybuilds A350? Good night. Omega 3K. Let's rock. Indeed, man. Let's rock. We're about to rock. I'm going to request a downtown Sydney flyby.
3 left, line up and wait.
3-4 left, line up and wait. Qantas 357. All right, chat. It's time. Line up and wait. I'm going to get all the lights on because it's going to be craziness. We're going to get our packs off, 1, 2, and 3. Brakes are off. Recording is on. Let's go to LA. Packs 1, 2, and 3. ICAST, that's normal. Here we go.
Delta 34 heavy when you can, contact departures.
All right, auto throttle is armed. We're going to be heading on departure. Can we LNAV it though? Because yeah, we should have a heading in our, yeah, LNAV. 3-4 left in the pavement. Making the turn. Got to cheat a little bit. Oh, look at this. Water cutter, 362 for departure. Where do we want the camera for takeoff? I think we want it like right here. This is awesome. This is the most awesome thing I've done on YouTube. Special moment right here. We got the pack caution. We're ready. 500 likes before takeoff. Let's see if you can do it. Smash it if you can. We're 100.4% on the thrust is what we're looking for. Goodness. This is going to be insane.
What a 357, assigned runway heading, runway 34 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 34 left, clear for takeoff, Qantas 357. Yoga's in chat. Spool 'em up 50. Let's go. Yoga.
Delta 611.
Thrust ref,
Heading
Toga,
134
Toga.
left
Let's
liner.
go. Thrust set. 100 knots, check. Hope we have enough runway. V1, too late now. Rotate. Positive rate, here up. Fly with.
When you can, contact departures, frequency 124.4, see ya.
20.4, thanks for the HC, Quadrant 357. Two. Jeez, we have flaps 5 already. She is a heavy beast. Let's go to departure. There's our thrust ref, 24.4. Departure, good morning, Qantas 357, 1.7 runway heading, common 5,000.
Brisbane Centre 130.9er.
Flaps 5.
Centre 130.9er, United X42, see ya. See ya.
Flaps 1. Departure, Qantas 357, 2.2, common 5,000, runway heading.
Qantas 357 Heavy, you are identified. Climb via SID flight level 280. Cancel SID. Track direct to Nobar flight plan route.
Alright, direct to Nobar flight plan route, Qantas 357 Heavy, and also request on high speed departure tonight. We need 260.
Qantas 352. Climb flight level 280. Cancel all speed restrictions. 0,000.
Alright, coming to flight level 280, cancel all speed restrictions under Nobar. Qantas flight 357 Heavy. And we got a lot of things going on here. I'm just going to go Command A right now because we got way too much going on. There's Command A, we're going Nobar. In the turn, looking good. All right, I've saved the recording. That was insane. I don't even know what happened on that. That was like, that was insane. Going to Nobar, we're 7. I was going to try to do a low speed. Oh, we need to get the packs on. 1 and 2 are coming on. And we'll go 1, 2, and 3 on. What the heck? I was going to try to do a low altitude flyover of Sydney, but with the traffic today, it's probably best we just... Oh, we got it out the window, though. There's the Sydney Harbor Bridge right there. Wouldn't have made it with the packs on wing nut. I don't think we would have. To be fair, we were, let's see, 975. So we were almost 3,000 over, and we were already at max. And what was weird is the wind looked like it had shifted to a little bit of a tailwind right there at takeoff. All right, we're getting ready to go through 10,000 feet. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the APU. APU bleed is off. APU is coming offline. We're going through 10,000 feet. Let's clean up our lights. Everything can stay on. Logos can come off. The wings can come off. Down downtown Sydney.
New Zealand 72 Sydney approach. Good morning.
280. Thank you, Dave. I knew there was
runway 34 right.
280.
Expecting independent visual approach. And the Sydney QNH is 1005 and confirmed receipt of Charlie.
Going to our cost index climb out speed of 340 knots. APU is in cool down. Where's my window? I like the window view. Too bad we didn't have any clouds today.
New Zealand 72.
Had some interesting weather. Still epic. Discord, you all crashed the Discord?
Delta 611 Heavy, Sydney departures, g'day, you are identified. Cancel SID, tracked no bar flight plan routes, climb flight level 280, cancel all speed restrictions.
I turned down my terrain loading a little bit because when we get to LA after flying for 14 hours, I didn't want to have it to load in a bunch of stuff, so that's why it's kind of faded out rather quickly. That we're going to be over water. I mean, get the last look at the shoreline for a little bit because
flight level 280.
There's not going to be much to look at. What do we got going on? Engine 3-4 oil temp.
Delta 34, contact Brisbane Centre 130.9er.
Why do we have an oil temp warning?
Have a fantastic flight, my friend.
Interesting. We'll take a look at that here. It's almost like it's trying to get up to... Hopefully it'll clear itself out here. We'll see. I didn't refill your oil. Was I supposed to? Was I supposed to refill the oil? It's a bug. All right. $14 hours. Let me get everything back on here. Let me get...
Delta 40 Heavy, Sydney departures. G'day, you are identified. Climb flight level 280. Cancel SID, track, no bar, flight
no, we got the ETOPS paperwork, but right now, I think it's a gauge problem, aka bug, because everything is normal. Our vibes are normal. Our quantities are normal. Our temps are low. So when you have low oil temp and normal quantities, that is indicative of a sensor issue most of the time. Not every time, but most of the time. Oh, there's a cool shot off the wing view. That is cool right there. It'll just be a flesh wound. Shut down 3 and 4 and return to Sydney and just can the stream right there. Yeah, we should do that. That was awesome. I can't wait to watch that replay, the takeoff replay. So we saved the whole takeoff on Flight Recorder. So that's cool. I'm going to actually close Flight Recorder now so I don't inadvertently accidentally hit it.
357, contact Brisbane Centre 130.9er.
130.9er, Qantas 357 today.
Have a fantastic flight.
Thank you. Brisbane. Oh, we got Brisbane Center on. Cool. We'll hit standards, STDs, 19, climbing 280. We're looking good. Cruise flight level, right now, let me go VNAV Prague, next page, optimum 300 right now is what we're looking at. We got a step to 35 at some point. Let's see, who are we talking to? Brisbane? Brisbane, good morning. Qantas 357, 19.9, coming flight level 280.
357, Brisbane, good day, climb flight level 310.
We're going to be a little bit heavy for that right now. Any chance we could stop it at 300 for Qantas 357 heavy?
357 heavy, climb, and then just not spend at flight level 300.
Alright, climb to flight level 310, Qantas 357 heavy. I don't think he understood what I was saying.
Confirm flight level 300, what are you from?
Yes, requesting flight level 300, Qantas 357.
357, thanks, just I thought I heard read back flight level 310. Confirm flight level 300 if you read back.
That's for Qantas 357 Heavy, climbing flight level 300. All right, 30 is set. Good day, mate. I hear the ticking too. Yeah, I think it's our oil trying to. Well, let's see. There we go. Looks like it's normal now.
Harjal 769, contact Sydney approach 124, station 4 today.
We're looking good now. We're looking good, chat. We're looking good.
Contact Sydney approach 12444.
Golly, rip ears. Not even on 121.5 and hearing the cats. Just heard the Chinese Navy on frequency. Okay, well, that was an incredible moment. I was not expecting the takeoff roll to be that dramatic, so they kind of threw a wrench in the plans as far as the flyby, and once we got airborne, we had a tailwind, and she did not want to pitch up very much, so I had to very much fly the airplane from inside. We didn't get a ton of juice views, I apologize, but regardless, that whole takeoff sequence from gate to takeoff was the best moment I've done on my streaming career, I think. That was absolutely fantastic. So thank you all for being a part of that, because that was fun. Was it not? Was that not fun? All right, let's put Delta Ops on COM 2. 121.50. We'll monitor them. Oh, no. We don't have two comms? Wait, what am I supposed to be on? 130.9? Who are we on with? Yeah, 30.9. Go back. Oh, you got to do right. Because it's a Boeing. You don't want COM 1 and 2. You need VHF left and right. Was that Cat 5? I mean, we're still, guys, look at this. We are still 967,000 pounds. We're climbing 1,500 feet a minute at 340 knots out of 25,000 feet. That's just beast mode. Did I read that wrong? Yeah. Well, max is 338, but our optimum is 300 right now, and I'm looking at the fuel savings right now. We got 58 to LAX, and I don't think this box takes into account our divert fuel if we need it. So really, it's 58 minus 17, so that's what, 41? So 41,000 extra. Thank goodness I put that 30 on there, or else we'd only be sitting at 10,000 extra. So, yeah, I'm going to go with the optimum for now, just till we get up and going. What I will do is do our after takeoff check. Let's make sure we didn't miss any. Flaps are up, that's normal. So that leaves us, that's done. So checklists are done. The only other thing we need to look at now will be fuel balancing and monitoring. Right now, do we need to burn main tanks, main 4? I think everything is fine. I might have to put that auto fuel balance on there, but we'll see. You should do Qantas Flight 9 or 10. Which one that? $1 million question. Was this worth dropping your trip for? Shaq. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Yeah, so this trip is brought to you by dropping a Fort Myers trip. So it was worth it, Shaq. I think it was absolutely worth it. You're number 9 on the conga line to LAX. Awesome. Thanks, Al. Does the Pacific crossing not have the whole HF check-in rigmarole like Atlantic? No, it does, Connor Page. But I don't think we got any HF stuff we got to deal with. Nobody's online or anything, so. And I don't think...
611 heavy, Brisbane Fenix.
I don't know how VATSIM does HF. Does VATSIM do HF?
5 by level 350, Delta 611 heavy.
Alright, I gotta put my... I gotta adjust my seat here. Give me a sec. I don't want to hit the yoke. Turn everything off. Any advice for a new CFI? Gavin, what, did you get your CFI as of late? That's awesome. Congrats if you have. New advice for a CFI? Man. Don't get complacent. That would be my tip, because it may become monotonous doing the same thing over and over with training. But as soon as you start to get
good morning,
complacent is when something bad can happen. The student will
40
put you in
heavy,
a bad
Brisbane
spot.
Fenix, climb, level 35.
25 is at the 40 heavy.
Alright, I'm going to turn everything down a little bit.
France 1150, 13, contact city approach
I love this
124.
airplane. Oh, RTO is off. Alright, everything else looks good. Just double checking across the pond here. Cool. I guess we could put let's put our weather radar on and our waypoint data on so we can see our times. But we're looking good. 58,000 pounds of fuel estimate on LAX. Are we there yet? Yeah, now what? Are we there yet? Alright, I do need to put a poll while we still have a good number of folks in chat. Let me put a poll in here for what we need to do for when we go AFK. When does it get dark? I guess we're flying to the darkness, right? For AFK cruise, cockpit view, wing view, or external view. All right, here's the poll. This is going to be an important poll, so let's get that in there. Everyone put a movie on your in-flight entertainment. So I was trying to figure out, corner page, I was trying to figure out if we could do like a movie watch-along and not get banned from YouTube. Like, how fun would it have been if we could watch American Made together? So I was thinking of, what is it, like YouTube Play or something, where you all have to download the app and then we all have to join a Discord or something. That would be epic. That would be pretty sweet. I count 19 different Sydney to LA flights on the radar. Ooh, yeah, Oliver. Because two offices gets dark when the sun... Oh, Jesus. How about a nice game of chess? Wanted to check out the departure. See you all in the morning. Chris Stupper, thanks for stopping by, my friend. I'll see you in the morning, buddy. It's 1:30 p.m. in New Zealand, so not quite dark. All right, so we got a good couple hours to go. Where's the real... Rise up lights. Where's the real Qantas flight? Someone do a check-in on Qantas Flight 11, the actual. See where they're at. My wife texts me. She's also in chat. So this is my really bad Aussie joke. If you say the words that she put in chat, rise, up, lights. If you say them together, you automatically have the thickest Aussie accent, and you're saying the word razor blades. Rise up lights. Rise up lights. Good day, Mike. Need some rise up lights before we get to LA. Don't want to look all shoddy. Qantas Flight 11 is taxiing. Cool, so we beat them. If all goes as well, we'll land on 6 or 8. So, yeah, Rich, I'm kind of hoping we land on the 6s. Or land in East, because I haven't landed East in forever. All right, we are at 300. We're looking good. We're 874 on the Mach. Our step climb to 350 is at Virar. So you can even see step climb SC as indicated here on the ND. Once we get to Virar, that's a long way away. We might actually climb up. We might actually climb to 31 here in a little bit. We might go to 31. We'll hang here at 30 just for a minute. We got a nice little tailwind, 53 knots. Look at that flat view. Does Tahiti radar oceanic control might have factored? I don't know, Havoc. I actually don't know.
Brisbane Center, American 343, 17,000.
Do you like dogs? What, Tyson? V1 is Bandit from Bluey confirmed.
American 343 Brisbane Center, apologies, climb.
Just like beer can. Say it with a British accent and you get Jamaican bacon. What? Beer can? Bacon. What? Jamaican bacon. Uh-oh. Make angle check.
V1, please raise a glass for me later. Had my MRI scan this week. Another year free of the big early Christmas present for my family.
Dougal, McTavish, I will definitely do that, my friend. Appreciate it. Hey, let's get some positive rates in chats for Dougal McTavish. Another year free of the big C. Dougal, absolutely. That's the best Christmas present you can have for you and your family, my friend. That's fantastic to hear. Absolutely love it. Dougal's been around the channel since before pretty much basically inception of the channel. So thank you, Dougal, for the support. Long-time moderator. I think it's very fair to call Dougal a friend of the channel. So thank you, man. Appreciate the support, Dougal. Did you know you're up against the A380 also? No, I didn't. Chances for landing East LA tomorrow are, well, there goes positive rates. There goes that chat. Shifting west-southwest in the afternoon. Okay. Good to know, Flight Sim guy. I can't wait to watch that takeoff on replay. That was so much fun. That was a... I really don't know if we would have made it with PAX on. That we were getting towards the end. What was up with the tailwind? Why did we have a tailwind? Did you guys see a tailwind on the ND? I thought I saw a tailwind on the ND. And almost like after rotation, too, we had another like wind shift, like a straight weather load or something. All right. Now the other important things. I got to text the wife back here real quick. At some point, I am supposed to meet. So while we're here, just kind of a tentative plan, if I didn't already mention it. We're going to get up to cruise. We'll hang out here for another little while. We're still in radar contact. And then I will probably break to go get dinner. I don't know how long that'll take. Maybe, who knows, 45 minutes to an hour. I'll come back. We'll settle in. We'll make sure everything is good to go. And then when I am AFK, like when I'm not at the keyboard, I will put up the text on the screen. I'll have that up, so that's when I'm gone. But if you don't see that up there, that means I might be checking in on the flight. God only knows what kind of conversations could pop off at 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning on YouTube. So, how's the poll doing? Flight Plan 1, 1:30 in Sweden, time to sleep. Flight Plan, thank you for stopping by and being a part of the epic takeoff. Flight Plan, take care, man. Tailwind will pick up once you cross the equator due to the atmospheric river pushing inland. Gustavo is the official V1 weatherman now.
Over to Unicom, that's a 34 heavy.
I'm surprised Wingview is winning. Alright, over to Unicom. Thanks for the ATC. Qantas 357. Good night. Over to Unicom, chat. That's it. 122800. Boom. HF. Let me go right. Anybody on? Why does it show 124? Do we not have? Does ATC? Oh, it's center. So the center radio for VATSIM or the app is okay. So COM2 is actually center.
React and watch the green dot ovation video about the MH370 on stream if possible.
Ali Samer, thank you for the $2 bank angle check, man. Appreciate that. I don't think it's possible. I did watch it, Ali Sammy, but the thing is, I can't watch. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot to. I was going to email the Real Green Dot Aviation to see if he would allow that, to see if we could play it live and do a live watch along. I totally dropped the ball on that, so I can't just play his video on my stream. That would be. I think that would be illegal, right? Even if we're doing like a Reacts video, we're playing segments of it. Maybe we could set, like, we won't watch it, but maybe we can watch little bits of it and discuss it as we go through. Is that normal? Is that okay? I don't know. You guys tell me. I don't want to get busted. I see Cockpit View winning too. Arrival ETA. What does the ETA say? Does it work on Fly Live, or is Fly Live completely wigged out? Let's see what Fly Live. Ooh, XP's doing a long haul tonight too. Yeah, we can harass him. Right now, the approximate arrival time is 0035 Zulu. So what is that? Oh wow, is there an airplane above us? Chat, we just flew over an airplane. I saw a shadow somewhere. Where'd he go? Where is the sun? Oh, he's directly on top of us. Are you serious? Look at this. Hold on, I gotta go to insert here. Look at this, chat. I saw the shadow of the airplane on our wing. There's a Delta 350. We're smoking them. 4 engines better than 1. Any day of the week and twice on Sunday, Mr. Delta. God, I love the 7.4. Best airplane ever. So cool. Yeah, we're cooking them now. We're doing 8.7. What do we got here? We got some big dono coming in. Brian Starks, a $50 super chat. And it's your first super chat on the channel, according to YouTube. Brian Starks, very kind. Thank you for a massive, massive super chat. Enjoy the night out with the better half. She absolutely is. And thanks again for the great content and learning. Brian Starks, I appreciate it. Thank you for the massive support. I'm going to take that 50. That's going to go right towards the better half. She's definitely, it's time to wine and dine. The old ball and chain, right? Nah, she's not a ball and chain. She's great. She's been through it all. She's been through a lot with me. I mean, you guys, half of y'all have, given me thumbs downs before, and it's only been 4 years. It's been, 11 years, I think, with my wife? 11? Is she still here? Yeah, whatever. She's not here, right? Okay, cool. Been a long time. But thank you, Brian. I appreciate you, man. The Trash Panda is sad. Slow-ass twin jets go home. Fly Navy being left for dead. That's right, Havoc. That's all. Yeah, he can't intercept us in his little Hornet out here either. Let me check. That's a point though. Let me check the TCAS, because if we're going to climb up to 31 here, I don't want to run into anybody. I think. Oh, he's 46, so he's above us. We're all right. Let's do this. Let's do a 310. I think we've spent enough time here. We'll do 310, and we will push it for a VNAV climb. Thrust ref, VNAV climb, or VNAV speed. At that delta, that's, I think you're at 35,000 feet. We're at 7.4 below you. We're climbing up to 31, so we'll stop well below you, no worries. Just wanted to give him a heads up in case he gets a TCAS. Alright. We're looking good, man. AN225, hold my beer. Yeah, exactly. She's in chat? Uh-oh. AJ, yeah, I'm in chat. Yeah, he's using the F-74 as a toy hauler for his F-18.
And V1 Pacific traffic, Zebra 9 contact Whiskey here. We are arriving LAX 1309 Zulu, 1 hour ahead of schedule.
1309 Zulu. Right now, for Qantas 357, we're showing arrival 1326Z. Right on time. Alright, at 31, we're doing 88 Mach, 53 knot tailwind. Beautiful. Gustavo, you still here? I need a winds aloft report from 35. I need a winds aloft report from 35. Anybody at 350 right now, close to the UPSAD waypoint? No? I'm going to try to get a readout. Everyone's set autopilot.
95 Tanker Whiskey. We're about 40 miles from UPSAD, but our step climb is easily 600 miles out.
Copy that. I was trying to see if I can get a wind readout at 35.
Everyone, Delta 34 Heavy Zero, I'd like to 350, we have like the 18 on Delta right now.
I'm sorry, Delta. You got a wind readout at 350? I just wanted to say the winds. Oh well. Well, a couple more private pilots. Thank you, Sutu Sipco. Welcome to Private Pilot.
266 at 81 knots.
Copy that, thanks. Ooh, he's got a little bit more of a tailwind than us. We might have to step climb it up. I don't think we can make it right now. What is our max? 34. Could go to 34. Take advantage of the winds. I think we're good. I think we're okay. We'll have to stagger our altitude. So thank you for welcome to Private Pilot, and Christian, welcome to Private Pilot as well. Thank you for joining the channel. QFA 11 just started taxi now and has a 6 a.m. gate at LAX. Sweet. Will H, you came back for the right one indeed. Speedbed. Makes me kind of tempted to do a long haul with the 346 tomorrow. Yeah. Look at your printout. Oh yeah, I could look at my I said autopilot. I'm making dinner as we speak. Hold on, I'm texting the wife right now for dinner purposes. Yeah, I think she's ready. So I think we're gonna go to dinner. Hate to bail so early, but I think we can go do an early dinner. Then I can come back and hang out a little bit more. What do we want to talk about when we get back? We should do, maybe we should break down some ETOPS flight planning. Oh, this might be a good time to break because we have a little bit of frame drop. Hey, we can have frame drop all across the Pacific. I'm fine with it. We got out of Sydney with 0 frame droppage. Absolutely fantastic. Uh-oh. Center's popped on. Don't order the fish. Who's TNFSS? 2465. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and turn the seatbelts on. Is it Brisbane Radio? Who is that? 17904. Can I contact? Wait, he just gave a cell call check? What the hell is going on? Is this modeled? Hold on. HF 17904. Can I contact him on HF?
Brisbane Radio, United 842, cell call check received.
United 842, thanks. Identified. Position reports are not required.
United 842.
What's our cell call code?
Brisbane Radio,
Delta 34, Brisbane Radio, g'day. That's primary, this frequency, nil secondary. Negative, cell count. Position reports are not required.
What's our cell call code? Where's our code? I don't know where our cell call code is. I don't have it written down. How do I find my cell call code? Cell call. Is it down here somewhere? It's normally placard in big letters. I know. I didn't write it down, Matthew. I didn't write it down. I don't know what it is.
0125, currently 310.
I had one when I checked on. But I don't know what it is. Is it on the remarks section? I don't see it anywhere. Disconnect and reconnect? Under connection menu. I know where it says it. Alright, I'm going to just disconnect and reconnect. Cell call ZBFS. ZBFS. Brisbane Radio, Qantas 357 Heavy, flight level 310, cell call Zulu Bravo, Fox Sierra. Oh, I stepped on someone.
Qantas 357, Brisbane Radio, g'day. Access primary, this frequency, nil secondary, negative cell count. Your identified position reports are not required.
Copy primary, this frequency, and no secondary, Qantas 357. Alright, we got no backup.
Station calling Brisbane Radio, go again.
I guess it's not valid. I don't know. He said negative. I don't know. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's him. Did not know that was a thing.
Delta 40, Brisbane Radio, g'day. Accept primary, this frequency, no secondary.
Man, everyone's getting sick of cell calls. Oh. I wanted to self-call check. There's Max Rank and doing a self-call check because he's professional. Tom, I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea anybody was going to be on. That's why I was like, meh. We're ready to go Oceanic. So, yeah, we could have checked on with a position report. Been Qantas 357. Flight level 310. UPSAD 0055. Ublin 0136. And Virar next. Squawking whatever we are. 1516. That's what we should have done. It might have been on the flight plan on SimBrief.
Say again, Qantas 47, you broke up. Qantas 47, apologies. Brisbane radio access primary, this frequency, no secondary. Negative South Cow, passenger reports not required, you're down. Copy that, Qantas 47.
Let me check.
Brisbane American 343 heavy, we're at flight level 320.
I want to see what the conga line looks like. Oh my gosh. I just logged on to Vatastic to see the map. Dudes. That is awesome.
American 343, I'm coming up with an invalid South Cow for your aircraft. American 43, roger, I will disconnect.
Oh my word, there's still...
You don't need to, that's not a requirement. It's just you need to remain...
How many more people are on the ground in Sydney still? We still got people on the ground in Sydney?
I appreciate that, thanks, sir.
No, I think everyone's pretty much airborne now. There's a couple more at the gate, but I don't think they're with us. Wow. That is quite the conga line. I can't believe y'all are this crazy to attempt this with me here. All right, I think I'm gonna go get some dinner, chat. I know we got a lot of people here still, and we're not going to bed, but we're gonna go. The wife is ready. We're gonna run across the street. I'm gonna get a little bit of food. I'm gonna get a couple beverages to bring back, and then we're gonna hang it out for a little bit. So I'll still be monitoring the chat. I'll be able to monitor you guys. So don't get crazy. I'm going to leave the ICAS up here for a minute. And before I forget, I'll tell you what, let's go this. Let's do menu, because I could see me forgetting this.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that here?
I could see me forgetting the in-flight fuel and like going to sleep and waking up with the CG all out of whack and stalling into the ocean. So you guys want a jump seat view. We'll start with jump seat view right now. Oh, I missed the super chat. I'm sorry. I did. Sipco, I'm sorry. I apologize. I had the alert box muted because it's just absolute mayhem. I got it back up now. I've been following for a long while. Figured this was time to join in. How quickly would you drop the 320 if you got offered the 7.4? Thank you for the $5 super chat, Sipco. Appreciate that. Apologize. I missed that earlier. Man, if I had the 7.4 right now, honestly, guys, if there was a 747 passenger at my airline right now and I could hold it, I would probably bid for it. Like, I'm that much on the wide body itch right now. That means I just need to call up my buddy Travis, who flies a 748 in real life, get a reality check on how his lifestyle is, and then I'll be like, no, give me my Cleveland turn, Fort Myers turn, I'll be back. But I appreciate it. Thank you for that $5 super chat. And Brisbane Radio, Qantas 357. Is it okay if we step offline for a few minutes?
Qantas 357. No, it's approved or forward you back.
Gotcha. Qantas 357 heavy, thanks. All right. I will give y'all some, how about some Korean jazz to get us started? Let's just keep it rolling. We're going to go Korean jazz.
Radio Speedbird 95 Tango Whiskey. Speedbird 95 Tango Whiskey, Brisbane Radio.
Understand we do not need to do position reports. Do we need to report report altitude changes.
Limit 95 Tango Whiskey. Hey, firm, just let me know your intention.
All right, plane sounds are down. How's the music sounds?
Wilco will report when we hit our stealth climb. Speed for 95 Tango Whiskey.
95 Tango Whiskey.
All right. We good? You guys have control? Let me make sure the wife is here. All right, music sounds great. I'll be back. This is just for me to get a little lunch, little dinner, little wine. You guys have control momentarily. We're not doing a relief crew swap. I'm just going to head to the back where the new Biscoffs are. So I'll be back. You guys have control. And let me put up the be right back sign. I'll put it right here on the bottom.
Stations, Brisbane Radio will be back in 2 minutes.
No VATSIM. I already told them I'll be back. All right. I'll be back, chat. Zoo.
Roger, Brisbane.
Brisbane Radio, that's a 34 Heavy. It's possible we're going to be off of the radio for a bit.
Alright, station calling Brisbane Radio, say again.
That's a 34 if it's possible. We're going to be off of our radio for a bit.
Delta 34 knows that's a bridge report back.
Roger.
Connors 1-1 Brisbane Radio, good day, that's primary, there's frequency, Neil secondary, stand by self-count check. Juliet Tango, radio check. Victor Juliet Tango, Brisbane radio, g'day. Victor Juliet Tango, citation IFR, taxiing for Tower Island, Sydney, runway 28, 16 bases. Victor Juliet Tango, Brisbane radio accepts primary at this frequency, negative secondary, stand by, disregard, negative south tower. When you're ready, go ahead with departure. Victor Juliet Tango, we're taxiing this time, we'll report on departure. Victor Juliet Tango, thanks, area QNH 1009. Victor Juliet Tango.
Brisbane radio, good day. Qantas 219 Heavy, passing flight 327 for flight 350.
Qantas 2219, Brisbane radio, g'day, accepts primary this frequency, negative secondary, negative cell count. Your identified position reports not required.
Primary frequency is 124.65, no secondary, and please repeat the rest for Qantas 2219.
Qantas 2219, no worries. You identified, position reports are not required.
Roger, position reports are not required for Qantas 2219 Heavy.
Victor Juliet Tango departure.
Victor Juliet Tango.
Victor Juliet Tango departed Lord Howe Island on the hour, tracking to Niner, climbing flight level 360, estimate Guma at 50.
Victor Juliet Tango, thanks, you clear to Sydney via Guma flight plan recon flight level 360.
Clear to Sydney via Guma flight plan route climb flight level 360. Victor Juliet Tango.
Radio, Braniff 83 Heavy, we're about 35 from Jordy. Flight level 310.
Braniff 83 Heavy, Brisbane radio, g'day, accepts primary this frequency, negative secondary, negative sound count. Your identified position reports are not required.
Alright, copy that, Braniff 83, position reports not required.
Brisbane radio, g'day, Speedbird 219, with you flight level 500. Speedbird 219, Brisbane radio, g'day, accepts primary this frequency, negative secondary, negative cell count, you identified. Position reports are not required. 95 Tango Whiskey, Speedbird 95 Tango Whiskey, Brisbane Radio.
Go for 95 Tango Whiskey.
Speedbird 95 Tango Whiskey, contact Nardi Radio 123.6 at Upland with position report.
Contact Nadi Oceanic 123.6 once reached Upland with position report, and appreciate you coming online and thank you for the service. Have a good day.
95 Tango Whiskey out.
And Brisbane Oceanic, Speedbird 95 Tango Whiskey.
Sorry, that's just calling Brisbane Radio singing.
Speedbird 95 Tango Whiskey, just to make you aware, 357, Qantas 357 is not back yet. We'll make the next controller aware.
95 Tango Whiskey, please. Victor Julius Tango. United 842, identification service terminated. Say time estimated at Scuba. United 842, United 842, Brisbane radio.
Brisbane Radio, United 842, say again.
United 842, Brisbane radio. Your identification service is terminated. Report time estimated passing 25 south 165 east.
Say again, waypoint, sorry.
United 842, your flight plan, the next waypoint's 25 south 165 east. Just say your time estimated passing there, thanks.
United 842, estimating 0153.
United 842. Qantas 357, your identification service is terminated. Delta 34, your identification service is terminated. Contact Nardi Radio 123.6 with position report. Delta 611, Delta 611, Brisbane radio. Delta 40, Brisbane radio.
Delta 40.
Delta 40 over to accept a step, climb non-standard flight level 360.
Oh, we can come to flight level 360, Delta 40, yeah.
Delta 40, climb amended, non-standard flight level 360, due traffic.
Okay, proof is exerted to traffic, Delta 40.
Just watch me breaking your speed. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you will do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn. Ooh, baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat
Speedbird 219, Speedbird 219, Brisbane Radio. Speedbird 219, identification service to terminate. This report passing is 10 with position.
Just take a hit, you got a free pass. Oh, try to hide it, but you had me from the get-go. Let me be frank, I'm not that complicated. If you need me, there's no use in playing games. No, there's no denying what we want. Just watch me break in your sphere. You're falling in every touch me. I swear you will do anything that I want. So keep us awake till the dawn. Ooh, baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat on me. I wanna make you sweat on me, baby.
Delta 611, Delta 611, Brisbane Radio. Victor, Juliet Tango passing Guma, control services terminated, frequency change approved. Victor, Juliet Tango, good day.
Brisbane Radio, Brisbane Radio, Brisbane Radio, United 842. Did you want us on Nandi Radio?
Yeah, no, it's at 8:42. Thanks. Yeah, you can contact them 123.6 with your position report.
123.6 with position report. United 842. Thanks for the UTC.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Over the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to laugh and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Fanny Bright was seated by my side. The horse was lean and light, misfortune seemed his lot. We got into a drifted bag, and then we got upside. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a
Connie 338. Your identification service is terminated. Contact Canadi Radio 123.6 with position report passing uplift.
Over to 123.6 and fourth when I'm over uplift for Conic 338. Thanks for 86.
Sam.
Always not video recording. Get it.
Connors 11, your identification service is terminated. Contact Canadi Radio 123.6 with position report. American 343, identification service is terminated. Contact Canadi Radio 123.6 with position reports out. Speedbird 219, Speedbird 219, Brisbane Radio.
Brisbane Radio, Speedbird 219, go ahead.
Speedbird 219, just wondering if you passed this term yet, if so, go ahead with your position report. Station calling Brisbane Radio, you're next to unreadable, sorry, can't hear you. Speedbird 219, Brisbane Radio.
Brisbane Radio, Speedbird 219, I'll be sending you a message.
219, Joey.
Brisbane Radio, Brand F83 Heavy.
Speedbird 2910, contact Nardi Radio 123.6 with position report passing me pub turning south.
Brisbane Radio, Brand F83.
Brand F83, Brisbane Radio, go ahead.
We'd like to request step climb flight level 330 for Brand F83.
Brand F83, G traffic, it's unavailable, sorry.
Alright, we'll check back later, or if you can advise when you think the separation's far enough for 83.
Brand F83, roger now, probably move to the next sector.
What child is this who lay to rest on Mary's lap is sleeping? Whom angels greet with anthems sweet, while shepherds watch are keeping. This is Christ the King, whom shepherds shepherd's guard, and angels sing. Haste, haste to bring him, Lord, the babe, the Son of Mary. So bring him incense, gold, and myrrh, compassion, King, to own him, the King of kings, salvation brings. Let loving hearts enthrone him. Raise, raise a song on high. The Virgin sings her lullaby. Joy, joy, for Christ is born, the babe, the Son of Mary. This is Christ the King, whom shepherds guard and angels sing. Haste, haste to bring him, Lord, the babe, the Son of Mary.
Qantas 2219, identification services terminated. Contact Nardi Radio 123.6 with position report.
Contact Nardi radio on 123.6 with position report for Qantas 2219 Pavement.
Bravo 83, identification services terminated. Contact Nardi Radio 123.6 with position report.
Nardi on 123.6 with position report, Brandon 83.
Virgin 11, your identification services terminate. Contact Nardi Radio 123.6 with position report.
Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Not only green when summer's here, but also when it's cold and drear. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, such pleasure do you bring me. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, such pleasure do you bring me. For every year this Christmas tree brings to us such joy and glee. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, such pleasure do you bring me.
Stations, Brisbane radio is now closing. Monitor Unicom 122 dates small 8. See ya.
You'll ever be unchanging, a symbol of goodwill and love. You'll ever be unchanging, each shining light, each silver bell. No one alive spreads cheer so well. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, you'll ever be unchanging. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, you'll ever be unchanging.
Be right back. Just got to bring some supplies into the office. I'll be right back. Man, the chicken shit all over my air mattress. Hold on, I gotta clean this up. I'll be right back.
Could feel it in my bones. There was something going on that should have doubt hanging around. God, oh, 'cause darling, there was nothing right when all you seem to do is lie. Those days are gone. I'm walking tall while you're alone. Think about the way we used to be. When I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better. I'm better off. When I look at what I've done now that we're just fine. I'm gonna shine. I'm alright. I'm celebrating my liberation. I'm moving strong. I'll get done. I'm alright. Might be shaken but not stirred. Just a lesson that I've learned. And so it goes. Tables turn, and you're on your own. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better. I'm better off. When I look at what I've done now that we're apart, when I look at what I've won, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better off. Baby, you don't belong.
Alright. Hold on, let me put the wheels on my chair. Yeah. We don't need the rudder pedals anymore. Gotta reattach the wheels. This is quite the production. All right. How we doing? Do we still need to contact this guy? Hold on. Well, this music's vibing. You guys been enjoying the music? All right. Don't need no rudder pedals where we're going. All right. Let me just do an ops check here. Let's see how we're doing. Are we still in, he left? 23.6. We outside of his airspace? I don't believe you guys. Where are we at on Vatastic? There we are, 357. Finally looks like we overtook that 350. We're in his airspace. Who is it? 23.6 with the position. Oh, we gotta do it on VHF. So I guess you can't call them on actual VHF. Let's do this one proper. Does this have a position report page? Yep. What center is this? What's NFFFF radio? Naughty? Thank you, Zippy. Naughty radio, Qantas flight 357 position. It's Qantas. I gotta keep some quick set.
357 Naughty radio, go ahead.
Naughty, Qantas 357, level 310, estimating Pupix 0232, Tanil next 0304, flight level 310, we're squawking 1516.
Qantas 357. And apologies, Qantas 357, can you just confirm the waypoint Tanil estimate for me again, please?
That's from Tanil estimate 0304 Zulu, Qantas 357.
Qantas 357.
Is that right? Yeah, Tanil 0304, time now 0232, so about an hour. Now, technically, if we don't have cell call, we'd have to monitor HF. But everything else looks good. How's our fuel looking? We got it on auto. I feel like that's a cop-out, but there's really nothing to be doing right now on the fuel, right? Everything looks pretty solid. 344 on the fuel. How's our LA fuel looking? Progress. Oh no, VNAV. Next page. Oh, it's on page 2 rather. 1312Z 71. Oh, we're saving the fuel. Hopefully we're not too heavy. 71,000. Let's do a quick check on the maths here. So 71,000 is what we're estimated to land with. If we do 343 minus, what did I say? 71. That's 272,000 pounds. So we subtract that from 915. Gives us a landing weight of 643. Max is 688. So we're looking good. Why is that ETA? No, we don't need a dump. We're well under. Why is that ETA off though?
Passing waypoints, PPEX at 0222 Zulu. Expected time at Tanil 0251 Zulu. 95 Tango Whiskey.
0304.
095 Tango Whiskey.
At Tanil. Did it change? Yes, Sean. Yeah. Step climb. So we'll call him at Pupex for a climb to 350. Hey, Green Dot. Let's see. Are you on guard? How do we get to our guard freak? Guard on center. Green Dot, are you on guard? Nobody on guard. I want to know. I need a wind readout. I need a wind readout at 35. Everything else looks good though. Man, I thought it was going to be nighttime for some reason. This seems pretty rough. Team Vodka's still here. That's cool. Let's get the jazz back on. Let's settle back down. What's going on with XP72? Where's my beer? Ooh, this beer is good. Yeah, Zippy, I was wondering what the wins were at 35. You're at 35-0? So I was looking at XP stream, and it looks like Vegas. It's a parking lot or something. Kyle, it allows 350 wind readout? Let me check. Oh, Aaron, ground over there is showing 0 ground speed? That's weird. It looks like it's still progressing. What's the ETA? Hey, Ron, the Irish lad. I was gonna get Guinness, Aaron, but they didn't have it in cans. So the Guinness in a bottle is meh. Tap is really the only way to do it. So I didn't get the Guinness, but I went with a Kentucky Bourbon Barrel Imperial Milk Stout since 1999. Here, I forgot I have a camera. Was it pointing at my face? I don't know. I hit the camera, so it knocked it all out of whack. This bad boy right here. It's pretty tasty. Had a nice little dinner with Mrs. V1. Romulus, I saw you. Was it Romulus that was talking dirty? Someone was asking if there was some dirty things going on in the background. XB caught in a major conga line trying to get out of Vegas. Oh no. Grass is growing on his landing gear? 27 or so aircraft in line for... What's going on in Vegas? Just a Vegas conga line? Just an XP conga line? Cali Simmer, good evening. You're still here. Jesse, wine has already been dined. We started with the wine. Had some wine. Yeah, Aaron, so I went with the milk stout because this one's not super sweet, but I wanted a dessert. I didn't get dessert. Okay, I'm lying. At Publix, I also got dessert. I got some cream cheese brownies, cream cheese icing brownies, because I'm a fat ass. But I didn't eat them yet. I just got them because they look good. But I got a milk stout because I was thinking that's going to kind of be my dessert for tonight, because we didn't have dessert. We just went out. We had some apps, had some wine. I had a glass of bourbon. After the glass of wine, had some pizza. Cool little place. It's like craft. It's a craft beer place, but it's also has craft pizza, if that's a thing. Like they make kind of unique pizzas. So we had a prosciutto and fig with arugula pizza. Chef's kiss. And then so for my dessert, it's the Bourbon Barrel Kentucky beer. Wine of choice. We had I don't remember what it was. It was overpriced, I'll tell you that. It was I think it was a Pinot Noir. I couldn't remember what it was. Wife picked it. Oh, this is a good song. This song's a vibe. Leaving Montreal for Lauderdale on Monday. Had the choice between Delta and a 40-minute layover in Atlanta or Porter. Yeah, you made the right choice. Take the Porter 195 E2 and go to Toronto. Definitely. Let's see if we can get these. There was cat jazz. I missed the cat jazz. Yeah, what are your wins at 35, Zippy?
I still haven't climbed up. Currently tailwind 30 knots at 310.
Alright, cool. Where can I find this? You can request the wins and FMC in the route data page. Route data page? Where the hell is that? Oh. Oh. So Poopix we're supposed to climb up. So let's check them at Tanel. Altitude 350. Oh. Request send. Let's see what happens here. Hopefully this doesn't mess up. Just trying to play with the box. Timothy, Jesse, yes. You referring to Tennessee Fly Girl? Very sad. Those cats were jazzed up on chemicals. JJ, we'll take a look. I'm going to take a look at the flight plan right now. What kind of steps I got. I forgot how to move this so y'all can see.
357, I'm going to hop back to Natty's for a second and request that step climb, and then I'll be back.
Roger. I think I just got an uplink right now, though. So, yeah. Route data page. I got the wind info.
Ah, sweet. All right. I'll be right back.
No, I didn't. Wind uplink ready. All right, so we've updated our winds. Ooh, we even have more fuel. Uh-oh. 92 thou to LA. So, does that give us a landing weight? We might not step climb because of the fuel burn. What's pause ref? Man, there's a lot of stuff in here. So now we're showing 92.9, max 35. We're still a little bit heavy.
95 Tango Whiskey back on that.
I guess I should be. I guess we should be monitoring naughty.
Yeah, Lauren might shadow this.
I want to go back to naughty.
Roger.
I can still monitor. Wait, I can still monitor. Oh, disregard. Shit, it's on the wrong freak. See? So with that wind, that we might delete that step climb because with 92 thou, it's showing 93,000. Maybe I shouldn't have taken. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that extra 30,000. Let's try it now. So 93,000, 339 minus 93,000. 339 minus 93 is 246 minus 911. 665. We're still below 688. So I'm gonna make a. Where's my pen? I gotta write this down. This is. So my last. So our first check here. 665 is our estimated. 665. At 93 remaining.
Next position is south 17 east.
So if our max landing weight is 688, if I do a quick math on that, 688, that's 3, we got an extra 23,000 pound buffer. So if our fuel, so now we can really get into it. 93, what's 93 plus 23? That's 6, 11, 116. So if we see remaining fuel of 116 or more, that's gonna mean we're at max landing weight. So we're okay. We might just chill here. We got 30 knots on the tail. We'll see what the actual winds are when someone climbs up to 35.
Right up 83 naughty right there. Go ahead. 83 testing mirror.
How's the way to the 1 mil mortgage for the Conquest going? It's not. Oh, look, Romulus is back. Hey, Romulus. Naughty boy. Is this PC you're using at home with you or some studio? Tom, it's in an office, so I don't have internet. Well, I have internet, but I don't have streamable internet at the house. So I rent an office space and I use it for office stuff. And then, of course, stream it and bring content to you guys. So, yeah, it's not as easy for me as to just hit go live and go sleep in my bed. I posted a picture of the crew room tonight in the members only Discord. So if you want to see where my crew rest facility looks like. You can see the winds for waypoints now on route data. I don't believe you, Kyle. You led me on a wild goose chase before. How do I get back to that page? Where's the route data page? It's off the legs page. Fuel. Those are all our fuels. Hey! Aaron, you like my crew rest? Hey, Kyle's not lying. Check it out. So at 34, 287 at 53 versus 275 at 41. It's only a difference of 9, 10, 11, 12 knots. Yeah, I'm not going to do it just because I don't want to be too heavy. If we climb up and we start saving more fuel, we got plenty of gas. Can I delete the step climb? It says to climb now. I don't know. Can we go any faster? No, we're pretty much doing 8.8 Mach. What's our fuel flows? Nope.
90 radio, Speedbird 219.
Speedbird.
Speedbird 219, 90 radio.
6.5, 6, 12, 18, 24, 25, 26,000 pounds per hour. Love it. This is quite the crossing tonight, gents. Tiger Dude, so the members only section is the V1 After Dark. So if you're a member, private pilots have a section. Commercial pilots have access to the private pilot section and the commercial pilot section. It's the After Dark section of the Discord. So the Discord is for everybody to join, but there is a member-only group of channels as well, and member-only voice channels. Mickey G! Hey, Mickey G, I think I was gone when you did some fan funding.
357, 90 radio, missed position report.
Oh, shite. We missed the position. And Qantas 357, we got a position for you. Sorry about that. We got confused with the last controller. Said no position reports.
Yeah, no worries. He wasn't doing them because he had identifications the whole way through, but it's a bit patchy on the stairway. So just confirm your estimate for TPAC for me, please, and the time you cross. Correction for Tanel for me, please, and the time you cross the TPAC.
Roger that. Qantas 357, Tanel 0300 Zulu. TPEC next 0306 Zulu, and we're maintaining flight level 310. Cheers, mate. Now, Kyle, how can I delete the step climb? Well, because that might change. Let's see, VNav. Can I just go delete? Nah. I don't know how I can delete that step climb. Man, that speed brake lever is a pain. I'm trying to figure out if I could delete that. Trans. Because right now we're cruising at 35, but. Tom H. gifting 5 more memberships. Appreciate you. Legally Blind Flies. Great name. Hobbsy Alley 340R Victor Mushtin Rowdy DeVito. You're all gifted a membership courtesy of Tom H. Tom, that's very kind of you. Thank you for the support. Callie Simmer says the blanket in your crew quarters looks awfully comfy. Is it a Costco buy? Because I have one that looks like Callie Simmer. You caught me. Yeah, you caught me, Callie Simmer. It is 100% a Costco buy, and it is so soft. It's phenomenal. Mickey G, yeah, I saw that. I thought I covered it with my hat, and it's a P. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yep. X macro. It's the macro. Come on, it's got the compensator on it, bro. Sure is, man. I wouldn't be here. One thing I've learned. Well, that's all everywhere. You should always be strapped, but man.
All stations, apologies. 90 radio will now be closing on short notice.
Out here in Georgia, man. Stay strapped or get clapped. VNav step climb. Oh, okay. Thank you for the ATC services.
Thanks for coming on today. And thanks for the ATC. Really appreciate the service and have a good day.
All right, well, since he's off, we got a VNav step climb, and since I don't know how to clear it, what the hell, let's just go up. If our fuel increases, then we'll just come back down. How's that? If our fuel increases too much, we could just come right back down.
All right, now we can have a party.
357. We're climbing up to 35 now, so I think we're clear of the guy in front of us, but we're climbing 350. We're on the way up, chat. You can delete it by going to VNav. Oh, now you tell me, Kyle. Jeez. Glad to see you fly while I'm working. Raphael, good evening. You absolute madman. It ain't much, but I hope your wife and kids appreciate this. Tom H., I hope so too, man. Appreciate your support. Aaron, all right, man, it's coming at the 3 a.m. and I've got plans tomorrow, so I better hit the hay. I'll try to catch this landing, but there's a chance I'll miss it due to a clash. Aaron, cheers to you, my friend. I'm cheersing you right now into the microphone with my milk stout. Have a good night. Remember, landing is only going to be for live viewers, so if you want to see it, got to set that alarm clock. Cheers, buddy. As far as I know, you don't need to delete, but you can select climb 330. Yeah, I guess there was a way around it, Gustavo. I'm curious. I wrote down the fuel numbers for 31, so I'm curious to see what it's calculating. I wonder if it's calculating with the step. I'm sure it is, right? So 93 was what we were estimating in LA. Once we climb up to 35, if it changes significantly, then that tells us that it probably wasn't calculating a step climb fuel save or fuel burn. I'm
not going crazy, right? Like, I've shaved like 2 hours off of my arrival from the expected.
I don't know. What time is our arrival? What time is 1213Z in Eastern? That's in 10 hours. That's in 10 hours from now. It's actually 10 hours from now. When is that? 9? That's 7:40 a.m. Dang. Or 7:13 a.m. Crew scheduling is calling me. No. Chat. I could have worked tomorrow. Let me see what they're calling about. Hold on, I gotta check the schedule. Oh, they're calling for a 3-day trip. No, thank you. Ain't nobody got time for a 3-day. Ooh, that's actually a 2-day. Why is it? Oh, a 2-day with a 32-hour Oakland layover? Nah, fam, I'm good. That would have paid nicely though. Yeah, they were calling for a surely they're not calling for this one. Yeah, so they're calling for the we're marking X list or 200% list, or there's all kinds of names for it. Premium pay, the sim flight greater than real flight. Yes, exactly. Chaos is in the chat. I was meaning to say hi to you, Chaos. I saw your name. I've been to say good evening, Chaos. What time is it for you local? Like 2 a.m. Been sleeping, man. Jaylon, good evening. Good to see you. If you set step climb to 0, then the landing fuel goes way down. We'll see how we are. We'll play it by ear now. We can always go back down. Jeremy, good evening. Welcome back.
Jetstar 119.
There was a suggestion to end this around 7 hours and start
5x5.
both pilots are watchable full. Is that an option? Seth, so speaking of polls, I'm going to go ahead and end this poll.
Roger, we're just checking in with you.
3:42 a.m. Chaos.
Oh, you're worried because I'm descending? I'm actually going to Natty. My arrival is in 30 minutes in the Fiji Island.
Just checking that you're in range.
Copy that.
You might have a nice Costco blanket, but I have a heated mattress pad. Yeah. So here's the thing. Do we reset the stream? What was that? I heard a clicking sound. Everything is good. Do we reset the stream halfway so people can watch the landing on replay? I don't think so, right? I think for this one, we keep it special. Only live viewers. Only live viewers. We're gonna watch some out. We're gonna look at some outside view. What time? When is the sun gonna set here? I don't like how. I thought I was gonna be flying at night. This seems sus. At some point, we got to catch up with the darkness, right? Because we're Taniel. How'd our fuel flows do? Yeah, we're saving 1,000 pounds an hour up here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4,000 pounds an hour savings. But our LA fuel is still 93.1, so that tells me that it was calculating on that step climb fuel, which would make sense, as you could do that for fuel planning purposes. So unless this continues to go up, then we might have issues. But other than that, I think everything's pretty good. We got traffic in front of us at 0. Oh no, he's behind us. Behind us. That's good. So, I don't know. Let's go ahead and just take a chill pill here on the right wing view. Not going to be able to watch at 5 a.m. I don't think I'm going to be able to watch it either, Tyson. Think about my diversion idea. Do you want to post the estimated 1 hour before landing so we know what time to come back and want to catch it?
Aircraft in front of you, 357 is me.
Ooh. What time's your landing? I'm gonna be sleeping at 7 a.m. I think I might be too, Romulus. That's the problem. Two streams. Landing is for members only. We gotta check out what XP's doing.
Speedbird 95 Tango Whiskey estimated touchdown 11:58 LAX.
So that's 11:58. We're 12:13, so we're about 14-15 minutes ahead of them.
Since you're a patriot, how about a channel in Discord for veterans? Not just US vets. I'll DM you with more info.
Mike P. coming in with a $10 bank account check. Mike P. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. I think that's a great idea, Mike. Send me a DM, dude. We'll set it up. We shall set it up, man. That sounds like a great idea. Thank you for the support, Mike. Well, geographically inverted, if I knock the Mach back a little, we'll save fuel. We don't want to do that. I thought that we might have got stuck in a long taxi out. Chaos proceeds to never check his DMs. Yeah. If you just DM me a bunch of times. He's been streaming 2 hours and still hasn't taken off yet. Should we stream snipe XP? Let's see what he's doing. Let's pull up XP stream. How many do we have on our conga line tonight, though? Let's take a look at this. One. Let's see. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, he's going to Naughty. So 1, 2. He's going to Dulles. Qantas Flight 9, Sydney to Dulles. What a savage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the wrong flight plan. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on the wrong flight plan. 13, 14, 14. All the way on the way there. That's awesome. Let's take a look at XP, see what he's doing. He's on the holding point already? Alright, good. Restarting number 3. He had to shut down an engine?
Tower, Phenom 0 to Tango. I don't think I made it clear to you. I was actually going to parking, so can I just sit straight on this?
Hold on, let me pull up XP here without doing any issues. There we go. And let's see here. Hey.
Engine is up. FMC message.
He's been live for 2 hours and he's still on the ground.
Let's
rate XP stream. Make sure you go give him a go say hello and give him a yoga. Go in his chat, give him a yoga. Las Vegas to EGCC Manchester. How long is that flight?
That's Foxtrot.
That is a long flight. I'm gonna message him while I'm live.
Somebody taxiing down the runway.
Roger.
Yeah, this trip does look great. I gotta redo my V speeds as well. Alright, here we go. I see a
Southwest
taxi.
1180, wind 2103, one left.
We're not on Foxtrot, no. We need to go back over to Foxtrot.
Call who? Call him? I'm not going to call him on the ground.
This is
we messed up.
Foxtrot is the other side.
Delta Tango, good evening. Welcome. When are you landing at Mountain Time? Jeremy, so I actually don't know.
Yeah, one left.
What did we say? Look at all the yogas in the chat. He's going to be so confused.
Am I in the wrong spot? Hotel.
United 12, 83.
This is not the right time to go distract the captain.
Right here.
United 2680.
Mountain Time, Jeremy. What did we calculate, guys? What did we say we were landing? I think 7:13 Eastern. So that would be 2 hours. 5:13.
Yeah, I think I went
a.m. Ooh, that's rough.
Anyway, let's redo the V speeds here. Yoga, not yet, almost.
Good luck, sir.
Let's go ahead and do.
Thank you.
7 a.m. Eastern? Yeah, that sounds about right. So 7 a.m. Eastern. I think it was 7:13 Eastern, Jeremy. So right now it's 9:50. I don't know what time it is your time. I think it's a 3 hour? I don't know. Mountain time's always weird. 5:13 Mountain. There we go. Fubar. We got big brains in chat. Thank you, Fubar.
All right, beat speeds are back in. Good to go. We might have gone on the wrong taxiway here, but it's all good. American time to go. Almost ready to go. V1's in the building. Oh Lord, V1, where are you? Over the Indian Ocean? Why are you still on the ground, bro?
United 2680, contact departure.
V1, it's been traumatizing, man. 70 for departure, bro. 70 for departure.
70?
We escaped a little bit here, so we're doing good. We're doing okay. So we're almost there. Almost 2 hours. It's gonna be what? Oh, I watch your takeoff, man. Almost max takeoff weight, something like that.
We're actually 2,000 pounds over, but don't tell them.
Sipping on some bourbon. Hey. Cheers, brother.
Wagwan. Yeah, dude, XP's legit, guys. I can't believe he had 70.
Awesome.
70 departures.
We're almost at bingo fuel, though.
American 1776, wind.
Gotta go back to the gate.
195 is what we need. Minimum takeoff is 195. We're at 201, so we should be okay.
Lima.
Should be okay.
How long is that flight to Manchester? That's gotta be pretty far.
Okay here.
But he's only got 195 on the fuel? Or that must be
There's
kilograms.
a couple of rivals coming in, so they're trying to squeeze us in here before we get these guys out. We'll see.
There was a separate event in Las Vegas tonight, Mike?
Let's go.
Oh. That's what it was.
Come on!
Because
Do
he's always got
But it was something else, though. Look at traffic coming in on 26. They're using 26 for arrivals. That's pretty cool. And the strip is looking fantastic. The strip is looking fantastic.
Southwest 28 Lima, wind 2103, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff.
Alright, so who's on one left? If that's one right, who's on one left?
So when XP flies, he always has like 20 plus. So you combine that with the Las Vegas Denver event, like you're saying, Mike. Jeez, 70 in line. That's madness. Simulating the LGA summer conga line. Yes.
Alright, still got a whole
About 10 hours.
Are we close to the Janet terminals? We're yeah, we just passed.
Man.
We're what's it called?
Man, it's at nighttime.
African helicopters. I'm hoping, guys, Flight Sim Expo. Maybe this is where we go.
Who's going to Expo this year? He's talking about Expo.
Out of Vegas. Flight Sim Expo.
It's going to be in Vegas this summer. Anyone going to it? Prop still spinning. We still win it.
I'm going to stay up as long as possible. Still have to eat dinner. Still have to get another drink.
He hasn't ate dinner yet?
More hours, man. It's early. Probably 2 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. or something like that. Get a couple hours shut-eye and then jump back on.
Oh.
See what happens, man. I'm playing by ear.
Southwest 1180.
Right now, I just want to get off the ground. I just want to get off the ground. I thought we got a shortcut, but apparently not. Still got so I just landed on that.
720, hold short, runway 1 right. Hold short, runway 1 right.
All right. Let me know when he's ready to go. When he goes to take off, we'll watch his takeoff. We'll put it up. We'll put it up on the in-flight entertainment. Right now, we're out here. We're conning. Things are looking good. The night is young. Everybody's feeling good. Oh, yeah. XP's on Eastern too. Kevin 747. Good to see you, man. How does one acquire bourbon beer? It's just a matter of mixing bourbon and beer? I think so. Well, actually, what most of them do. I just listened to what XP said. Once, I think a lot of times they age it or they run it through bourbon barrels. Using the clean tonight. Using the clean. I don't know how much I can watch without getting a copyright strike or not, but ground speed right now is what is our ground speed? 554. Doing 88 Mach. Estimated fuel 93.8, so we're looking plenty good for our wait for landing. Yeah, he's in the 7.4 also. Bourbon barrels for storage, yes. 195 is the fuel load on the 777-300 from Garuda. Where's that? JFK on the 777. We're all setting alarms for landings. Oh, it was a crossfire event? That would do it. That would do it. Just popped over to wish the Vegas pilots a happy flight back to the Qantas for the night. Good deal, Delta. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, XP's a good dude, man. We met up in Dallas once. I hope I get to meet up with him again. Maybe at Expo. I'm gonna try to go to Expo this year. We'll see what happens. There's a lot on the plate for the V1 household and a lot of different, a lot of things going on, moving parts. I guess since there's only 230 of the most hardcore viewers here, there is a very strong likelihood that V1 HQ will be relocating back to Texas coming up here this summer. We'll see. A lot of moving parts. Nothing set in stone yet, but we'll see. Yeah, he's Delta Tango. He's just one of those dudes that's down to earth, respectful, just chill, man. He's good. I put it this way. Never met him before. I sat next to him for within 60 seconds. It was like we were best friends, just that kind of guy. Aaron, I thought you were going to bed. Hey, Ron, what are you doing still up? It's 3 a.m., man. Go to bed. You got plans tomorrow. I got plans tomorrow, too. I also got some plans for some cream cheese brownies here. I just started liking. Yeah, I know. Wait, that's why nothing official yet. Nothing official. Bucky's for sure, Captain No Likey. Miss Tango and I are definitely going to the Expo. Awesome, Delta. Thomas Ray, good evening. Any cockpit confessionals tonight? Oh, man, there's always cockpit confessionals. We might get into one. Oh, which one will be the question? Oh, no. Oop. What I want to do, though, kind of a tentative plan here, is I'm waiting for XP to take off. Once he takes off, we'll watch his takeoff. After he takes off, we will, I want to bring up the Malaysia 370. We're going to talk about that because Green Dot Aviation did a phenomenal video on that. We're not going to watch it. I was hoping, I just totally blanked. I was going to actually try to get in contact with him and his channel and see if I'd get permission to do a watch along. But since I don't have that, what we'll do is it's got chapter markers. So we'll kind of skip forward. And then there's a couple points that I want to point out. And then I'll give you my official estimate of what happened. I don't know. So we'll dig into Malaysia 370, and then by that time, I'm probably gonna hit the sack, get a little crew rest. I gotta do an official calculation for an arrival time. I'm gonna try to get up. Listen, I'll get up when the coffee shop opens. Speaking of, let's see what time they open. I could message him on Discord. Who? Does Green Dot Aviation have a Discord? Captain, how come airliners are able to maintain high speed at altitude when the air is thinner? Shouldn't thinner air and less fuel... Oh, looks like we hit a wind shift here. Shouldn't thinner air and less fuel being mixed with air mean less thrust? Seth, you would think so, and that's not entirely... Hold on. We'll just pause the music for now, because it's kind of hard to talk when there's singing going on. Not that it's a bad song. No, Aaron, he's not the real Green Dot. He's not the real Green Dot. He's a fake Green Dot. He's not the real Green Dot. But Seth, so jet engines actually are most efficient at high altitude. They're designed for high altitude. So when you are at sea level or lower altitudes, yes, they're producing thrust, and it's easier to produce thrust for those engines at sea level, but they're actually burning much more fuel than they're engineered to burn. Well, not that they're engineered to burn, but their fuel burns are designed for time at altitude. So, for instance, when you're building what's on this Dash 8? I don't know what engine's on here. They got Pratt & Whitney 4000s or whatever they are. They are looking at the high altitude performance of the engines. Now, when you look at neo engines, like the high bypass, what that allows for more efficiency at lower altitudes without burning as much fuel. And then as you get up into the high flight levels, the thrust is the majority of the thrust is coming from the hot section, from the actual non-bypass air. But as you descend, the more bypass air you have, the more thrust you're going to have as the air gets thicker. So they might be rules. I think they're rules. I think they're rules.
We just cleared the runway 02 at the Natty, or the final destination for the day. You guys have fun going all the way to LAX?
Thanks for coming along.
I really appreciate you joining me, and hope you have a good day or evening.
Gen X's.
We'll see you on the other side tomorrow morning.
I can just see Kyle is like pulling his hair out all the time. Yeah, for the 10th time. Gen X's. Okay, thank you. So yeah, they're designed for high altitude. That's why the most efficient you can fly is to take off and climb up to your higher flight levels and cruise. The more time spent down low is just more fuel wasted, because they have to burn a lot more fuel at lower flight levels. But when you introduce the Neo and I say Neo, but the newer engines with the super high bypass, now you're really blending that. You're taking full advantage of bypass air and less fuel burn, as opposed to straight turbojet engines, which have virtually very little to no bypass air, and they just burn a ton of gas down low, but up in the high flight levels, they're very powerful and very efficient. So you can feel it. So like speaking to the 320 Neo specifically, when you're in a Neo, great thrust, great performance, sub like 24,000 feet. Above 24,000 feet, the Neo motors, they just kind of dog out. Like they, not terribly, but I just feel like you don't have the juice. When you're in for like a 320 with IEs, you don't really feel as laggy at altitude. But when you're also landing, I feel the Neos slow down much faster than the IEs or just the CEO options, because you don't have that huge N1 fan out front and a lot of extra drag. I think it definitely has to have more drag. So as soon as you pop the reversers on a Neo, you can feel the deceleration very rapidly. You pop the reversers on a CEO, you don't really feel it until you start applying the reverse thrust. But it's a trade-off. Took a Neo, had to do packs off Toga, 9,000-foot runway at 330. Oh, yeah. packs off Toga on a 9,000 footer. XP72 is lining up. Oh boy, here we go. Let's bring him back in.
Speedbird 2806, technical length, runway 1 left, line of weight.
Full length, 1 left, line of weight, 2806. Oh, we got the call, we got the call. Let's go. Strobes is as taxi, beacon.
American 9723, Royal flight contact, departure.
Beacon, Strobes, where are you? Beacon.
Vegas is now showing 100 departures, Mike. Jeez.
Have a great flight, Yardman. Big up.
Yo, big up. Owen, thank you, man. Appreciate it, brother. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
No, we call Zippy Zapple Green Dot Aviation because he sounds just like him. Very close to.
We briefed our departure so long ago, I don't remember what our departure was anymore.
I hear that.
We're doing full length. Yeah, we're heavy.
That might make me hate Vegas. 7-3 doing reduced thrust takeoff, then going right up to 410. If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. Just kidding. Look, Boeing, I mean, there's definitely trade-offs. I mean, each airplane accomplishes the same mission. Boeing makes a great airplane. I mean, or they made a great airplane. It just is. I feel like it could have been so much better. Imagine if Boeing created the 7.3s and they upgraded their 7.3s without the hindrance of any outside Southwest
keep it rolling. No outside views
operator.
today, guys.
You
Just
know,
gotta keep it
like
rolling.
if they could have just continued to advance the airplane,
Let's get this down.
you'd have. I think it would have been a real competitor.
set.
I mean, not that they're not a competitor
Toga.
now, but here he goes. He's got the Togas.
Here's
What kind of
Speed's
thrust has he got? I can't see what thrust he's got.
80 knots.
I don't know what his thrust is. High 90s.
100. 120.
Here's Gustavo, Team CFM in chat.
130.
Gustavo's Team CFM.
Delta 2111, big
Let's go.
Southwest ruined Boeing for sure, Randy. They did. I think so.
Oof. And she is off the
Oh
ground.
man, he's heavy. Watch that tail.
Here we go.
Those
Slide up.
whiskers come
Got a
down
positive
quick.
let's go.
I noticed that too when I took off.
Departure Speedbird 28067.
So I don't even have the
We
updated
are
Vegas.
heavy. Look at that. That'll give you some outside views.
Ooh, yeah, there's the sphere.
Look at
Get it,
that.
XP.
See ya, Vegas. Let's go departure here.
Mike P, where you at? Are you down there at the
Negative
Bellagio?
departure, Speedbird 20670. We are climbing.
CFMs are great climbing. IE are great for cruise. Same is true for Neo. Leap climb like crazy, but cruise on Pratt is good. Yeah, cruising in the Pratts at a 321 heavy, you're doing like 1,800 pounds, 1,900 pounds, maybe 2,000 pounds a side, which is pretty crazy considering a CEO.
We are out. Let's go. Let's go.
320 is like 2,500,
Double check my
2,400.
departure frequency. Las Vegas departure is 125.9. Make sure we're good on
Do you
that.
guys like, or does it bother you when you watch streams with head tracker or
Negative
eye trackers?
departure, Speedbird 2806. We are 4,007 climbing. Sit.
Or does it not bother you at all? I've got Track IR. I've used it for years. I stopped using it on stream. I've got to try Track IR with the sim. It looks so much more. Oh, Trevor, yes, you got to use. If you're not flying with Track IR or a form of Track IR, you need to do it. You need to do it. The only reason I don't do it for streaming
All right, speed's
is
good.
because I feel like it's kind of hard to watch as a viewer.
And we're
It's the
climbing
only
out
reason.
in the
If I was
night.
flying by
Get the nose
myself
down, watch the speed
before
trim it
I was a
down there,
content
that's
creator,
good.
I always had
Speeds.
Track
There
IR
we
on.
go. All right, so speed's good. Get it back on LNAV and VNAV, but we're gonna fly to 10,000. Why not? We always do that, even though it's night. We're just looking at the instruments here. That's what we're gonna do. Come on, trim up. There you go. Thank you, Trim. Appreciate that.
Damn, he's got a hell of a climb out of that thing.
Yeah, we are heavy, man. Wow. Here we go. All right, Vegas. See you. All right, 8,700. That's good. Keep flying in there because we're not
That's
going
the
to touch
boss.
this
Hand fly on the
next
SID.
9 hours or something like that. So we're good there. And Vegas is off to the back.
Migs coming in with 5 Canadian bones. Appreciate you, man.
Let's
Just watched your Congo line departure. Now XPs. What an epic evening for the Flight Sim YouTube community. Migs, appreciate the support. Thank you for that super chat. It was a wild night. It was wild.
All right, we're at 9,000.
I mean, you sure have plenty. I mean, it's pretty cool to think all the long hauls happening. I'm doing a long haul. XP's doing a long haul tonight. Plus the respective conga lines, like all the airplanes that are going to be flying all the way throughout the night tonight. That's pretty cool. And Migs gifting 5 memberships to the channel. Tranquil Breeze, Kobe Keller, Flies Great, TK, and David Stewart gifted memberships from Migs. Migs, I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Migs. Very, very kind. Thank y'all. Good old XP. He's up and airborne. Good deal. We might have to bother him one more time before we go to bed. But let's just make sure everything is looking good in here. What do we got out there? We got... What's NA? Oh, that's Naughty? Fuel 95.7? I was really hoping we'd have some sunset by now, so I can go to sleep. I can't go to sleep with my monitor full bright. It's gonna trip me out. He might have some more curves on it. Geographically inverted, he might have some more curves on it. He had a lot of movement on the yoke, but might have some more curves. It's Fiji and the weather is like the forecast. That's looking good. Well, good thing our forecast. Good thing we got that weather brief, though, because without that weather brief, I don't think we would have been safe. Look at that wing flex, though. That's the green dot wing flex out there. Looking spicy. Admiral Trash. Adam Trash. Adam Trish. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Hello from DFW. Go Cowboys. Heck yeah, man. Big game this week. It's a big game for the Cowboys because I need them to beat the Bills. Not only because I like the Cowboys, but I need the Bills to lose because I'm also a Jets fan. So, Allie, we got some weather up front. We'll take a look at it. Thank you, Adam Trash. Appreciate you. And thank you again, Migs, for getting 5 more memberships to the channel. So cool. Finally off the ground. Poor Suburban. Yes, Gary. NA, not Atlanta. I shall stand guard for any ATCs while you Pacific Voyagers slumber. Zippy, you stand up all night. Here in Brisbane, it's 1:11 p.m. I am for me. 1:11 p.m. Cool deal. How cool was it that we had Sydney ATC come on, too? As a Broncos fan, I also need the Bills to lose. Sunset should be in 2 hours.
Yeah, man, by the time I arrive, there's no point sleeping.
Woof. V1 simulation, what's your opinion on Beyond ATC? Mr. Pudding, I don't know much about it, honestly. I know it's an alternative to, or no, it's not an alternative. I don't even know what it is. Someone posted a video. Here's what I've been saying this forever. I am going to do, I just don't know when. I am going to do maybe like it's probably going to have to be at least 2, maybe 3-part video set of, and I'm just going to name it, watch these videos before you VATSIM. Because I think there are a lot of simmers out there, and maybe it's you in chat, that want to be on VATSIM, but are, I don't know if afraid's the right word, are hesitant to join VATSIM because of, you're hesitant because you don't know what to expect, or you don't know what's expected of you. So I feel like if I can put out a short little video series on this is what you need to know, this is what that is expected that you know, and put it all together in like in a clean, like quick format, we'll get some more folks on VATSIM. Bomb Tech, that's you. Look, so the if you're afraid to get on VATSIM, it's probably for good reason. It's because you either don't know what's expected of you or you're not sure what you need to do. And that's okay, because there is a definite learning curve that needs to be or you need to actually climb the curve knowledge-wise to be on VATSIM. I really think you should, because there are some protocols, some basics that need to be understood. And I just don't think there's enough of that content out there. And even if there is, maybe it's outdated and maybe it's not laid out in a just like a quick, easy reference format. So that's something I really want to do. I just haven't really had the time to do it. MiGs, let me take a look. Yeah, Canadian, no position reports. ATC's offline. Our current LA time, 12:13 Zulu. That hasn't changed much. What is Fly Live saying? Is Fly Live all jacked up? Why is Fly Live's ground speed 0? Let me close it and restart it. I'm going to reset Fly Live. What is 1213Z? That's your that is your arrival. Here, I think Fly Live is going to come back up here. QFA 357. Let's see. Should have set up. Time to go 8 hours and 47 minutes. ETA 12:02 Zulu. ETA 12:13 Zulu. So kind of off by 10 minutes. But either way, Fly Live said 0314. What's it say now? Now it should say 12:02 or close to it. 8:47 time to go. I'm going to put a counter on. 8:47. Where's our TOD? Let's look at top of descent, and then I can put a timer on that. I thought there was a top of descent. Where are you at? Isn't there a top of descent like LA? Fly Live says 12:02Z. Okay, well, at least that's more correct. Another step to 39 at 8:37Z. I don't think we're going to be doing that's in 5 hours. I don't think we're going to be stepping to 39. 12:13, so that's 10, it's 11 hours. Yeah, that is kind of messed up, isn't it? Oh, it's after you clear the step climbs? Thank you, Raphael. $3 and $12. So let's just say 5 hours. I'm going to roughly say 5 hours to top it. Until we really need to start doing anything, we got about 5 hours. So let me pull up a timer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. TOD. Oh, I'd have to change the day. 13th. What? Please pick a time that is later than the current time. Having issues here. Hold on. Six hours. All right, how do I clear this step climb at 39? Someone refresh my memory. I got to clear this step 9. We're not going to go to 39. Listen to live ATC on VATSIM. You'll find very little difference in proficiency on both. Try to be a good pilot, but nobody's perfect. Yes, that's very true. What do you think about the... Oh, we're going to... Laser Shark, we're going to get into that right now. Just thought you could almost do this whole flight with a 737-700 BB Drake. Canadian, so it's interesting that you say that. When I was getting ready to leave Sydney, I saw a 737-700 on approach. It was an American 737 from LAX. I don't know if he stopped to refuel or if he refueled somewhere along the way, but I saw a 737 American Airlines on approach from LAX. I was like, what is going on there? 0 for ICAO. Oh, these are ICAO step. That makes sense. Whoa, look at that. That'll change the fuel. 85. Cool, I like it. I like that. We're going to go at 35, 0 step. We're looking good. We're at 35 right now. Perfect. I guess it won't tell us our TOD, but we can kind of estimate that in as far as... Let's go to the Prague page real quick. No, fix info page. Well, no, here we go. LA is 4,830 miles. So if we start prepping 500 miles out, that's about 4,300 miles to go. Jeez, 1214, 1114, 1014 Z is 2 hours prior. So how long to 1014 Z? 7 hours or 6 hours. So yeah, in 5 hours, 57 minutes, maybe not TOD, but that's when we'll probably be back at our duty station. 6 hours. Who gifted those 5 memberships? What do we got here? Sierra or Mitchell Taylor gifting 5 memberships. Mitchell Taylor, appreciate the gift to the channel here, getting 5 more memberships to the Team Green. Oh, we had Fiji down there. No one said anything about the land spotted. Man, you guys are terrible passengers. We need to watch from the upper deck, I think. There we go. Upper deck of Fiji. Man, no one said anything about land ho. But I appreciate the membership gift to the channel, Mitchell Taylor. Very kind of you. If you picked up a membership from Mitchell, make sure you say thank you. And Sierra Delta gifted 5 more members to the channel as well. Man, the membership gifting, the love has been absolutely fantastic today. Thank you guys. Thank you, Sierra Delta, for 5 more memberships. Big Ben, Orion, Vic, Clayton, Yocom, Captain Bob, Steve Hudson, you all got a membership. Awesome stuff. Appreciate you. Mike Pieces, go to sleep. I'm going to go to sleep here pretty soon. Got to go to dinner, then back to the hotel. Thanks for the stream. Safe landing. Tyson, take care, bud. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate you. He used magic in-flight refuel. He might have. I wonder, he must have then. Mick said, you're telling me you don't want to bolt up from the air mattress at 4 a.m. in cold sweat, muttering something about a step climb? No, Miggs. I think I'm good. I think I will pass on that, my friend. I think I will pass on that. I got some other things. This is what I'm legit going to do, is I'm probably going to sign off, and I'm going to try to watch Mentor Pilot's video on the 7.4. Which one was it? The one that I've fallen asleep every single night for the last 3 nights, and I haven't got through it. It's a 7.4 that didn't land on a runway. Let me look it up here. Not a runway. Unraveling the Mystery of Turkish Cargo 6491. I've tried watching that episode 3 times. I've fallen asleep, and I don't think I've got past the weather section about 9 minutes in. So I'm going to probably sign off here when we do, and then I'm going to watch that and go to sleep. Commander Ginar Hofoen. Ginar, it's got to be awfully late your time as well. Appreciate the support. 5 more memberships to the channel. This has been absolutely honest. This has just been the craziest of long hauls. This has been so much fun. Ginar, I appreciate the support. If y'all picked up a membership from Ginar, a longtime member of the channel, sporting the V1 wings. Appreciate you. Merry Christmas right back at you, sir. Going to fly in the U.S. in January. Might tell you if I decide to ring the tower in Atlanta with my Canadian Navajo to have a possible pilot. You know the deal. Canadian. If you do, hit me up, my man. Hit me up. Gotta love that Navajo. Do you see XP after 2 hours taxi? Salim, we did. We watched his takeoff on the in-flight entertainment system on our aircraft tonight, and it was fantastic. It's fantastic. I should call XP and just, man, if he's drinking bourbon and I've been drinking, we could have we'd get in trouble. We need to get together and do a long haul though from his place. That'd be a lot of fun. Your LaGuardia Phoenix 320 almost ended up on Mentor Pilot. Sean, it sure did, man. We got it recovered though. Callie Simmer, so wait, TOD 6 hours from now, only 7:30 p.m. Well, that can't be right, Callie Simmer. Did we mess this up? Chat. Can we figure this out? Aviator Nick gifting 5 more memberships to the channel. Aviator Nick, also a longtime member and supporter of V1 Nation. Appreciate you, Aviator Nick. I know we're streaming right in your neck of the woods. Going over, well, we're a little far north of New Zealand, but I appreciate the support, Aviator Nick. I tell you what, it is a hell of a tour. We didn't do the finale right on time when we should have. Like, we kept it all in flow, but I had a prep for this stream. So, but it was fun. New Zealand was a phenomenal place to fly. You have a beautiful country. Thank you for the support and the memberships. Casey Olert, 10 more memberships. We're going to run out of subscribers to have memberships here. This is insane. Casey Olert. You guys are absolutely mad, man. Y'all are crazy. Appreciate it. 10 more memberships at 10:30 p.m. at night Eastern Time. Out over the middle of nowhere, Pacific Ocean. Gifting memberships to the channel. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate the support. All right. Where's Gustavo? Are you here? I need assistance. I'm going to pause the alert box here for a little bit. At this rate, the stream will barely hit 12 arrows. Yeah, we're not doing it right, Infian. Something's wrong here. I was wondering in which world Fiji is 6 hours away from the U.S. This is why you don't beverage and fly. Okay, let's figure this out. Gustavo, I need assistance. L.A. is at 12:14Z. So I want to set a timer for 10:14Z. The time now is 3:26. So let's just say 7 hours from now will be 2 hours from LA, right? So if I set a timer for 7 hours, let me up this. I can up it. 6:51. Let's make it exactly 7 hours from now. Boom. 7 hours from now, it's going to be 10:27, which is a little under 2 hours to arrival. So TOD prep will start in 7 hours, right? So at 7 hours from now, TOD, I say TOD, but that'll be, we'll be prepping for the arrival at that point. I think that's right. We're over more land? What is this? Oh, that's awesome. That is cool. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Matt Good. 20 more memberships. 20 more memberships. Matt, thank you. Very kind of you. Massive donation to the channel, to the members, to the people. Team Green, make sure you check out your perks as members on the channel now. Thank you, Matt. Very kind. And right behind Matt Good, Brendan Brodsky. 5 more members. V1 Nation is unbelievable. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Brandon. It will be 5:27, 7 hours from now, Ryan, a.m. Eastern. Yeah, that makes sense. So we would be landing around 7:30 Eastern, which is going to be 6:30, 5:30. So we're going to be landing way early in LA. We're going to be landing in the dark. So we made up a lot of time somehow. We made up a lot of time. That's right, right, Callie Simmer. So Callie Simmer, what time is it going to be in 9 hours? What time is it going to be local, Cali Simmer, in 9 hours? Or no, in 7 hours from now. 4:30 a.m. LAX time. That's not... So what did we leave an hour early? How did we goof that up? We left an hour early. Gino, everyone is going to be green. Might even be landing east. I know, Mike. Well, that's what I'm hoping for. So TOD. Okay, so if TOD, so Jeremy, yeah. So if TOD is in about 8 hours, if I have a 7-hour clock, because I don't just want to come back at TOD. I need to come back and have some coffee, get everybody awake, rejuvenated. So if you set your alarm for 7 hours from now, you can hit the snooze button for 1 hour and still make the landing. Mike P, 0230, 7 hours from now. So, right, and then 2 hours after that, it'd be 4:30 local. Woof. I feel bad for the West Coasters. 4:30 local will be 7:30 my time. What time does the coffee shop open? Maybe we should slow down. Well, I think Qantas 11 also flies us at a much lower cost index. We're doing 88. So the coffee shop opens at... They open at 6 a.m. And we're landing at 4:30. Well, that'll work out. So if I wake up at 5, I'm golden. Yeah. Yeah, if I wake up at 5 a.m., we'll be good to go. Yeah, Bosco, except it's Saturday. Nothing is open at 4:30 a.m., says Callie. Yeah, we messed that one up. So we got airborne about an hour ahead of schedule. And not only did we do that, but we also are flying at a much faster rate. So we done messed up a little bit. We messed up a little bit. Wife is bank angle checking now. I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight. Got finals on Monday. No, I'm not a little college-age kid. I'm growing man going back to school. Tom, awesome, man. Good deal, dude. Whoa, look at the wind down there in Fiji. Look at the ocean. It must be windy down there. Look at that. Is that white caps or are those clouds? Those are white caps. Oh my gosh, are they actually disappearing? Microsoft is insane. Focus your eyes. Here's my cursor. Ready? Focus your eye on that little like white cap. It's disappearing. It's the ocean. It is simulating white caps down there. This is so worth not doing that Fort Myers turn tonight. I'd be taking off from Fort Myers, I think, right about now. Coming back. Microsoft is so incredible. That is awesome. I have never seen that in a flight simulator. Now, I remember in FSX, they had like, you could do like the coastline waves, and it would eat all your frames if you turned it up. So I would always turn it up and have crappy frames, and it was always the same, like 3 animations of the coastline. This is absolutely wild. It looks like they're just spots, but if you focus on one spot, you can see that it's slowly changing and going away. I'm losing it, Zippy. It's the ocean. Team Vodka, you're still here? Good deal, man. Fiji water is tasty, Sean. I had a great time in Fiji. So we went to Fiji.
373 NSN and traffic, spinning right off KOAX, climbing to the K, passing runway 4 left now. And all the final reduction 23, flight level 330, and it's
okay, cool. Yeah, I went to Fiji. It was awesome. Stayed there for, I think, 2 weeks. Went to took a catamaran to a little island. That was awesome. Then we went over this Fijian 7-4 to Australia. But we didn't land in Sydney. I think we went somewhere else. Went all over Australia and then went down to Sydney and then flew Sydney LAX. I'm Eastern time, so I guess I'll be back on the flight deck at 5:30. Fubar, yes sir. Migs, a 10 Canadian dono. Migs, appreciate all the support and love tonight, man. At this point, quite a few of us have been gifted memberships multiple times. Over to the point where we'll be members even in the geriatric ward. So no pressure, man. Hey, Migs, I appreciate the support. You're part of the geriatric membership club. You're part of the problem for the geriatric members. Thank you, Migs. I appreciate the 10 Canadian, man. Very kind of you. Before or after crew rest? We're going to do it before. We'll probably do it right about now. We'll do it right about now. What I'm going to do is I'll tell you what, give me 5 minutes. I'm going to change into my crew rest clothing. I'm going to go use the facility real quick. And then we'll go over MH370 and then we'll go to bed. How's that sound? Yep, I promised. It's coming. It's coming. I wanted to finish that beer. Now I'm thirsty and I don't have any water. Oh, I do have water. I got to get it out of the truck. Why send a bank angle check? Oh, Mike P, it is muted. It's your fault it's muted, Mike P. Here. I'm sorry, man. Tell her it's your fault because you're sending all your bank angle checks, so I had to mute you.
Bank angle. Bank angle check. Bank angle.
This is Mrs. Mike. Please stop stealing my husband on our Friday night. He has to go now.
Oh no. Mrs. Mike P, I am sorry about that. Sorry to steal your husband tonight. I appreciate his company. Treat him well, because he treats us well here at the channel. That's why that alert was muted. That's how good he treats us. So appreciate you, Mrs. Mike P. Enjoy your night together. Hope you all have a wonderful holiday season. If we don't see you again, take it easy. Might need a 50-year membership badge. I know, Aviator Nick, at this rate. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. Crew rest clothing and the birthday suit. Mickey G, you know me. Let me make sure these cameras are turned the opposite direction, just in case one of you crazy hijackers like hijack my computer while I'm sleeping and turn the cameras on. They're not facing me. Birthday suit. All right, I'm gonna get into my birthday suit. You guys have a few more jazz tunes, and then I'm just gonna be 5 minutes, and then we'll get into MH370, and then I'm gonna go to sleep listening to some Mentor Pilot. Let's see, what other genre? You guys like the jazz? Or should we go straight up Korean jazz? Turn off the transponder. Dun, 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 dun. This is pretty chill. V1 gets banned for an accidental flash. Back in my day, we used to watch V1 take off from Sydney Airport. This has been wild. This has been absolutely wild. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Wasn't there a cockpit confessional from 74 Gear about the guy sleeping in his birthday suit? Man, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear about that one. All right. Man, the clouds out here looking awesome. A little bit of weather out to our right. How's our fuel doing? Oh, our fuel's doing manual. It's doing fuel things. We're burning from the stab tank. That's pretty cool. VNAV 87.5 with no step climb, 1214C. Beautiful. All right, chat. Let's get into it. What's the best view gonna be? Right about here, I think. Perfect. All right, MH370. So how can I do this? So what we're gonna do, if you haven't already, you need to go to Green Dot Aviation. This thing already has 1.9 million views. That's awesome. Get in touch with me here. Is he on Discord right now? Let's just see. Let's just log in. I'm going to join the Green Dot Discord. Wow, he's got this is pretty sweet. Is he in here? Pilot's Lounge. He's offline right now. Alright, well, there's Discord. Might try to set up something where we can maybe like use his videos on the channel in the future. That would be kind of cool because I really like the way he breaks stuff down. Get some cockpit lighting on for when it gets dark. Yeah, I do Stratocast. Let's just make sure we have some overheads. Yeah, we've got a little bit. We should be good with that. Little floodlights on there. All right, we'll go to this view, and then we can bring up this over here, and I want to make it large enough to where y'all can see it, but we're not going to watch it because we're just really doing a kind of like a React style video. How I can minimize this. Oh well. All right.
How could a massive aircraft filled with 239 people simply vanish from the face of the Earth?
I don't know. Okay, we're gonna get into it. I watched Green Dots in 370. Pretty stunned. Yeah, Callie, I was very stunned too. So let's just preface this by saying that I really like what Green Dot does with this channel. I think he brings, I don't know, because I've watched them all. I've watched Mentor Pilot. I've watched, what's the other? I've watched Air Crash Investigation series. I've watched all of the, pretty much the mainstream type of crashing investigation videos on YouTube and or what on TV, whatever they may be. Also, keep in mind that when I was in college, I was also studying aviation safety. So a lot of, if not all of these videos that have been put out on YouTube in recent years, I have read about, I have studied in years past, obviously, not in recent years. But so I've looked at a lot of the factual, well, quote unquote factual data and reports from NTSB or from the controlling agencies that have investigated in these accidents. Now, this happened. I was flying I was flying Embraer still at the time when this happened. And I remember it was everyone was on the news, oh, this happened, oh, this, what about this? And it just didn't seem right the way the media was portraying things happening. And to kind of put just one statement on it before we get into this, everything that we assume about what happened on that airplane is just that. It's an assumption. We have no idea. And Green Dot made a good point of that. Basically, he takes, the theory that has the least amount of other things that have to go on to make that theory plausible. So variables is the word I was looking for. So he goes with the theory that has the least amount of variables. But it's important to understand that is still exactly that. It's still a theory. Why does it look like my speed brake is up? Are we turning? I don't know, I got panicked there for a second. Everything's fine. So keep that in mind. Let's get into it here. We're not gonna watch it because we can't watch it, but we're just gonna kind of skip through in like maybe 20, 30-second intervals here.
It might seem impossible in the modern era, but this is exactly what happened to Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 on March 8, 2014. There are countless theories which try to explain the mysterious disappearance. Everything from a remote control hijacking to exploding fruit in the cargo bay have been.
Now, I haven't heard of the exploding fruit in the cargo bay one. That's kind of interesting. I'd be curious to see what that one's all about.
Suggested. But what if the truth is even more disturbing? What if somebody on board Flight 370 was responsible?
All right, so this is where we start to get into assumption. We have no idea. It's important that you remember that we have no idea what happened on board that flight. All we know is that the airplane disappeared from radar, tried to disappear from radar. We know there were several other... We know there were several other radar pings from equipment on the aircraft, and we can kind of get a position from it. But still, we don't know anything that happened on board the airplane. The Occam's razor, thank you, Callie Simmer. That's what was the least amount of variables. All right, so to get in we all know the background. The pilots, we'll kind of just take a quick gander at his
pilots. In the cockpit of Flight 370 were two pilots, both of whom, in a matter of days, would become the subjects of intense scrutiny.
Nation 370, request level.
370. Where's it get to the crew? Here we go.
Beijing from air traffic control. This was a special flight for the 27-year-old. Flight 370 was his last training flight before being signed off to fly the Boeing 777. He had joined Malaysia Airlines as a cadet pilot 7 years previously, in 2007, and had flown Boeing 737s and Airbus A330s for the airline before beginning training on the 777 a few months previously.
So he's obviously got some experience on multiple different airliners. He's probably a competent pilot at this point, and he's on the 777, about to be signed off to be fully released to the line. All right, cool.
In this time, he had built up over 18,000 flying hours. This was an immense amount of experience, and it made him one of the most experienced pilots in the country.
He's talking about the captain now.
Zahari held a senior...
Zahari, one of the most experienced pilots in the country, 18,000 hours. Without getting too much into it, we know that they want to use the flight simulator data, so that he did the same thing on the flight simulator. We'll get to that towards the end of that, but all right, we know both crew members were qualified. Let's go ahead and get into it here.
Anything from sleepiness to simple forgetfulness could have been responsible. Up until now, for the passengers, Flight 370 had been about as routine as a flight can get. The flight attendants were making their way through the cabin with the meal service for those who were still awake. However, most of the passengers were asleep by this point. What happened next is the subject of much controversy. For this video, we'll apply Occam's razor.
Occam's razor, so here we go, listen to this.
Which holds that the theory which requires the fewest assumptions is most likely to be the right one.
The fewest assumptions most likely to be the right one. Fewest assumptions doesn't necessarily mean it is the right one, though, because just hold on.
The following account is not definitive, but it is the most consistent with the known facts, and it is supported by some of the world's leading authorities on the subject.
How many times have the world's leading authorities on a subject been completely wrong? Just think about that for a second.
At 19 minutes past 1, as Flight 370 neared the waypoint at Gary, Malaysian Air Traffic Control told the crew to contact...
Is that the Captain scam, 777? Because it looks really sweet. I kind of want to buy it just so we can fly it before PMDG comes out.
Ho Chi Minh Air Traffic Control, as they would soon be entering Vietnamese airspace.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
All right, so now he's going to go on. He's going to make a point here saying that because he said goodnight, Malaysian 370 didn't read back the frequency, that he is basically, he doesn't care what the frequency is because he knows he's not going to contact it. Now, I'm going to tell you that I feel like in this particular video, we're putting in a little too much weight on this, okay? Because as a line pilot myself who flies regularly, I will say while it's not correct or proper terminology or phraseology, if you will, to just say goodnight in your call sign, I've done it many times. I probably did it last night, especially as you fly the same route. You guys know I do a lot of Minneapolis flying up and down from there. So you start to kind of by repetition, remember the numbers. Like, you're not trying to memorize frequencies. You never should try to memorize frequencies. I always used to tell students, don't memorize frequencies. They try to memorize the frequencies on all their approach charts for the check rides. I'm like, stop. You don't need to memorize it. Save that space in your brain for other things. Now, there's also other different ways to see frequencies. You can, if you're flying along on an EFB, depending on what software you're using, you can have the frequency right next to you on an EFB. So you don't necessarily have to see, you don't necessarily need the frequency to be told to you, but you need to know when to switch over. So I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of weight being put into this part of the flight that I could say is like, meh. He heard the freak. There's nobody else on the radio. It was a simple frequency change. I don't know.
Much has been made in the media of this radio transmission by the captain. That's because, technically, a pilot is also supposed to read back the radio frequency they've been assigned.
Right. We just got over that. So now we'll leave it there, as I think there's a lot of weight put into that I don't really agree with.
Just seconds after saying goodnight to Lumpur Control, Captain Zahari asked First Officer Farik to go back into the cabin and get them both a cup of coffee.
Right here. So Green Dot is doing a phenomenal job at painting a picture and creating this video. We have no freaking idea if these guys even drink coffee. No idea. We have no clue at all. And it's very early in the flight to be going back and getting coffee. I mean, how long is this flight supposed to be in total? Do you guys remember? I don't remember how long it's supposed to be. But, they just took off. I mean, shoot, they couldn't be more than an hour into it, probably less than that. So you're going to tell the first officer to leave and go back and get coffee? Zero evidence of this. This is purely speculation, and this is no fault to Green Dot reporting on it. It's a great video, and he's basing a theory, and he stated that. So I'm not trying to say that whatever I say during this, I'm saying nothing bad about Green Dot. I love his content, but this is purely video stuff. We have no idea that this happened.
They had 5 hours of night flying ahead of them. A shot of caffeine wouldn't go amiss.
So 5 hours of flying. So reality, they probably have coffee. I mean, if you're going on a 6-hour night flight, I went on a 2-hour night flight last night. I made sure I had coffee at the terminal before I pushed back. Nothing like sipping on a nice hot cup of coffee while you're waiting in line for takeoff. That's the best way to do it. You don't want to. And who drinks airplane coffee anyway? I mean, guys do, but it's not like you can definitely get better coffee in the terminal. So this is all speculation at this point. So Kelly says, 6-hour flight. Exactly. Plainly has a point here. And how many times have the world's leading experts been conjured up to support questionable theories? Not that I'm saying this is questionable. You're right. Yeah, I'm just making points so you can think outside the box here. I want to bring everyone's thought process to MH370. Let's open your horizons a little bit. So right now we know the frequency, in my professional airline pilot opinion, the frequency handoff without the frequency numbers in it bears zero, if not, maybe 0.001% of weight. Getting up to get coffee. We have no idea if they even like coffee. We have no idea what happened on the flight deck. So for all we know, if we skip this section, there's 2 pilots in the flight deck.
Closer at 8 miles per minute.
So, and I honest, why ask the FO to coffee? If you want coffee, get up and get it yourself. Like, not to be, like brash, but like if I was an FO and we're like 30 minutes into the flight and Kevin's like, hey, can you give me a cup of coffee? Like, bitch, go get your own cup of coffee or have the flight attendant get it for you. Like, we're at a duty station here. We just took off. Let's do our job. Like, So that whole thing kind of is like, it just doesn't sit well with me. That's all I'm going to say. One thing that had me scratching my head too, all of the details he made up. Right, Sierra Delta. And again, this is the, what was it, Callie? Oxum's Brazos theory. What is it? Where it's the least amount of assumptions, right? So he's made it clear he's making a video based on a theory that has the least amount of assumptions. We are assuming that somebody left the flight deck. But why are we assuming that? We have zero provocative to say somebody left the flight deck. It's actually, in my opinion, less likely that somebody left the flight deck on MH370. My personal opinion, I don't think anybody left the flight deck. Yeah, it'd be like 1960s seniority stuff. Because the old use of CRM for a coffee order. Right. But the Malaysians, I don't think, that we talk about the cockpit gradient, about, the old school captain being super senior and talking down to the FO and yes, sir, no, sir, listen to me. I could be wrong, but I feel like the Malaysians were pretty good at kind of leveling that out a little bit. I think the last culture to really struggle with that was the Chinese. I don't know if the Malaysians hung on to that as long, but that's now, I'm kind of doing some speculating. I'm really kind of asking you guys if you know, but just keep that in mind. Ali says, so did they both decide to vanish the plane? We'll get to my theory here at the end. So now he's going to get into the vanishing. I'm going to play this for a minute or two because this is some good info here.
When the active waypoint at the top right of the screen here changed from Igari to Bitad, the next waypoint en route, that would be his trigger to turn off the transponder. And after a few moments, it came.
All right. So now we get into the disappearance. He's going to turn off the transponder before Igari because he doesn't want to fly into Ho Chi Minh's airspace. There's a black zone between the two airspaces. I'm going to just tell you right now, from a pilot's perspective, you're asking a whole lot of this guy to have a whole lot of knowledge about stuff that really bears no weight to his particular job. Like, I can't tell you where the gaps in ATC coverage are. I can tell you where the FIR boundaries are, where the frequency transfers are, but even then, sometimes they change. Sometimes they have a radio over here. Well, we're going to switch you to this frequency over here. Like, I'm not saying the information is incorrect, but I'm just saying you're asking a whole lot of these pilots to know a whole lot about stuff that isn't pilot related and to time it up very precisely. I don't know. The entire South Asia has a thing with power distance. The Koreans are the worst. Koreans were definitely, trust me, I helped stand up the 141 program for Asiana, and I can tell you it was definitely. So Koreans, I don't know, the Chinese, but I could be wrong. I thought Malaysia was a little bit more welcoming to the CRM level cockpit gradient, but let's continue on here. Now this, I moved it to a perfect spot. This is interesting. How often do transponders completely fail? Throttlecast, I'll tell you this. In the last 2 years, I think it was about 2 years ago, I've had 2 transponders fail. Had to switch to the second one. I've been asked to by ATC, hey, we're not getting your mode C. Or check your transponder code. We're not getting it. Switch over to transponder 2. Okay, all is good. So I think it's safe to say like once every 2 years, probably have a transponder fail for a certain particular pilot. I've had maybe 2, I said, in about 2 years. So let's see here. But this is interesting.
Are transmitted. For a split second, as the Harry twisted the dial towards the fully off position, it passed through the alt off position. Unbeknownst to him, for that telling split second, as the dial passed through alt off, stations on the ground received the plane's position while its altitude read 0.
So, what are some other scenarios where you would remove the transponder? Engine failure, thrust reduction. You don't want to respond to a TCAS, so you got to turn the transponder to TA only. Maybe they went too far. Could it have been something else? Possibly. Could it have been a transponder failure? Possibly. Straight up turn the transponder off? Maybe. But, I mean, what if let's just pretend for a minute. Let's just pretend that this 370 is flying and they have some type of procedure come up that directs them to move the transponder to TA only.
This is not what
does
would
it show it
happen
again?
if the plane had experienced a massive electrical failure, leading to the loss of the transponder, among other systems. If that the dial
How do we know that? Do you know every type of possible failure? If you cut out the power completely, but what if you cut out certain parts? I mean, if a fire is burning, is it going to burn through certain wires first? Maybe it would burn through something else before it burns through something else. I'm just saying, to just blatantly say they shut it off is interesting. So TA only, in the heat of the moment, maybe the airplane's yawing, maybe there's something going on, there's smoke at the cockpit, he rotate it too far, you're jacked up on adrenaline, depending on what could be happening. I'm not saying that's what I think happened necessarily. I just want to shed light that it is possible that you could move the transponder to the wrong spot. I'm just saying it's possible. Sorry to interrupt, but is there any angry crew beating people up in economy class? Nope, nobody's beat up right now, Will. I think we're good. So, Canadian says he's got 4 times this summer in the Navajo transponder failure. So there you go. So I just want to put out there that I think it's very interesting that the transponder was, to our knowledge, shut off. And for a split second, as it went through altitude reporting, it's off. It still had a signal or something. Let's see what he said.
The fully off position, it passed through the alt off position. Unbeknownst to him, for that telling split second, as the dial passed through alt off, stations on the ground received the plane's position while its altitude read 0.
So you're telling me there's no other failure on a 777 where you could reposition but no altitude? I mean, I've been asked a couple times, say, we lost your mode C. What if you just lost mode C for a minute? If you lose mode C, you lose altitude, but they still have your position. We don't know that he turned the knob off. All we know is that they lost altitude reporting. They still had his position, and then it went blank.
This is not what would happen if the plane had experienced a massive electrical failure.
It's possible.
The plane continued turning towards Betod, the next waypoint on its route. Except there was still a problem.
One other thing. You're telling me in one hand that, in this case, Zahari, the captain, is this mastermind that is going to disappear a 777. He's going to do all these things to disappear this airplane at the exact moment in time over Igari waypoint, right between frequency handoffs, but he doesn't realize that when he turns the transponder off through 5 clicks, it doesn't come to his mind like, well, why don't I just, what if I were to maybe pull a breaker, or what if I were to disable it some other way? I'm not going to get into that, but there are ways you can disable a transponder. So you're telling me he's a mastermind on one hand, but you're telling me he's just going to go ahead and just rotate it off into standby? I'll tell you what, if I was going to do anything like that, not that I ever would, I would want to disable a transponder. I wouldn't want to put it in standby mode because to me, just the word standby seems like, maybe it's standby to us or to ATC, but what if it's still like sending a signal, you know? So you're telling me he's a mastermind, but I don't know. Just saying. I'm just saying.
By disabling the transponder, Zahari had made the plane invisible to air traffic controllers, but Malaysia Airlines still knew that the plane was in the air. That's because the 777 is equipped with ACARS, or Aircraft Communications Addressing and Reporting System. This feeds status reports from the plane to the airline via a satellite communication system called SATCOM.
Okay.
If you turned ACARS off the usual way, it would send a message to the ground saying that it was being powered down. Not a great prospect if your mission is to disappear without a trace. To truly vanish without leaving a trace, the captain would need to do something far more drastic. He would need to essentially pull the plug right out of the socket so that ACARS would go dark immediately without
Why wouldn't you pull the plug out of the transponder?
sending this telltale log-off message. To do this...
So he knows, so this is what I'm getting at. He knows about the log-off message of the ACARS, but he doesn't know about rotating the transponder to standby. Again, going back to what I said a few minutes ago, you're asking this mastermind to know a whole lot of mastermind stuff about stuff that we really don't ever have any need to learn about because it doesn't apply to your job. Continue.
Zahari reached up to the overhead panel and, using 2 fingers, turned off both engines' electrical generators.
If you turn off both generators, wouldn't the rat pop out? I'm not saying this like a punchline. I'm just trying to mentally think through this here. Wouldn't it pull out? If the ACARS were the one that pointed how Air France 447 fell aside before flight director or voice recorder.
This instantly cut off the electrical supply to a whole host of aircraft systems, including the SATCOM, the satellite communication system.
So I'm just curious though, if you shut off the generators, you don't have a standby gen that's going to power the SATCOM? I mean, I would imagine that SATCOM, it probably would be shed, right? You'd probably shed the SATCOM because you don't need that. So that makes sense. Okay.
Which ACARS uses to send...
I'm just thinking out loud.
...to receive its messages. Now, there was no way for anyone on the ground to receive information from the plane. Just to be sure, he then went through the menu on his flight management computer and deselected the 2 ways by which ACARS can communicate with the ground.
Okay.
SATCOM and VHF radio. Now, even...
So, if this theory is correct, couldn't you have a dual gen failure with some other type of failure or fire or something burning through the aircraft where you've now severed that connection as well, not just shutting it off via the FMS? So if one engine failed and it rolled out and there's smoke in the cockpit and they've messed up and moved the transponder too far, and then the second generator popped offline because something's on fire and it severed the connection, wouldn't you have pretty much the same information as you do with the mastermind at the controls? I'm not saying that's what I believe, but according to what we just broke down here, saying that he's got to shut off both gens and then disable it via the FMS, couldn't you just lose both generators legitimately and then have that same failure cause a severed connection somewhere along the line? I don't know. Just saying. So the aircraft was still I'm not sure how the diagram would be, but I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know. And what also is a really good point, somebody said in the chat too, is like at the end of the day, we're saying this pilot is suicidal, right? If you're going to be suicidal, what is the whole point of hiding everything? Why go through the lengths of disappearing if you're going to kill yourself anyway, right? That just doesn't. I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. But if you're going to kill yourself, what's the point in going through all the effort to disappear the airplane or attempt to disappear the airplane? I mean, you could prolong it. You could just shut everything up. You could just shut everything off and just fly straight, or I don't know. To get away with it, what are you getting away with, Sharp? What are you getting away with? And apparently, all this time, the FO is making a very large pot of coffee. Yeah. How long is this coffee break from the first officer? Why hasn't he tried busting back in yet? Not putting your family through the shame. Possibly. Insurance. Possibly. Cultural stigma with suicide. These are all very valid reasons. I'm not saying I'm putting more theories out there is all I'm doing.
Even if SATCOM came back on, ACARS wouldn't be able to talk to the ground. As far as the outside world was concerned, it was at this spot over the South China Sea where MH370 had vanished. Disabling the SATCOM also had another benefit, which on the aircraft.
All right, so we know about the SATCOM and the ACARS. It was all masterfully shut down systematically. Okay. Now you got a full load of people. Dual gen failure. No backup power. Like, no RAT. Was he inhibiting the RAT from deploying? Because wouldn't the RAT deploy with the dual gen failure? Even if you shut them off, the RAT's going to come off. I don't know the 777 systems. Maybe someone could chime in here. Possibly. Now you got to deal with a full plane of passengers. How are you going to disable them? He's going to use hypoxia, which is obviously a very legitimate way to accomplish this task. We don't need to spend much time on this part.
He pressed a switch which turned the aircraft's cabin pressurization from automatic to manual.
Tell you what, it probably got really freaking cold in there. Hope he had a jacket, because what were they at, 30-something thousand feet? All right, so he's going to hypoxia the passengers, right? Wouldn't backup generator automatically take over? Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you kill both, all I know is, so in the Airbus, if you shut off both generators, AC bus 1, AC bus 2, lose power, boom, RAT pops out. Boom, generator spools up 7 to 8 seconds in, you got a backup generator. Now, you not only do you have that, but you got the RAT out, which is extremely loud and providing electrical power. Now, could you disable the electrical power from the RAT? You could. I don't know. This is where the system is going to be up to the 777. I mean, it would be very. Emergency electrical power is designed to be very redundant and not to be severed, right? Because it is your emergency electrical power. I don't know how the 777 is designed systematically, so I can't speak to that. But I would imagine there's probably some pretty nifty safeguards to the emergency power unit or the RAT to provide power to the airplane, even if you're trying not to get power. Not saying it's impossible. I don't know this 777 systems. We need to wait for PMDG, but either way, the RAT's got to pop out at this point.
He needed this turn to be tight. He was right beside Thai airspace.
So now you're going to do a no gen with the RAT out, freezing cold. You've now, it wouldn't be a rapid decompression, but your ears would probably be blown out. Very uncomfortable, very cold, and you're going to make a pretty well timed maneuver here. Mind you, this would have to be all be on standby instruments because he's got no generators. So, got one PFD, I guess, maybe, Gustavo? I don't know what the 777 reverts to.
And the last thing he wanted was to burst into an airspace which he hadn't been cleared to enter.
All right, so yeah, do you see how it shows like this would not look like this? He would be down to emergency electrical power right now. All right, so he's going to make this turn.
Back towards Malaysia.
Back towards Malaysia. Okay, at night, freezing cold.
The cabin crew told them that there had been a rapid decompression and that they would be descending to...
We don't know. Again, going all the way back to the beginning, this is all speculation. We have no idea if any of this happened because we weren't on that airplane. And we probably will never know. All right, so now...
Turn. Farik had scrambled to sit at one of the cabin crew stations in the fore.
We have no idea if he decided to sit there. We don't know how many PLBs they had on board. I mean, this is all... We're going to skip this part because this is all speculation. We have no idea. The first officer returning, cockpit door procedures, no idea what happened.
They would assume that it was being handled by Malaysian controllers.
Shady thing for me is maneuver at 37,000 feet. Yeah. he's making this incredibly precise maneuver on the mask with a decompression, and he hasn't even had his coffee. So what the hell, man? At night, mind you.
And, Zaharia figured, even if they did realize that...
Does the autopilot disconnect on a dual gen failure on the 777? I don't know. That'd be interesting to find out. I don't know. I'm asking.
It was Malaysia Flight 370. After seeing it turn back at Agari, they may think that it was making an emergency return to an airport.
So now he's going to make this perfectly timed turn to come down parallel this airspace, comes all the way around. We'll go through the first officer report. Hypoxia. I'm not going to get into this, but this is what I'm saying. He's basically... He's starving everyone of oxygen to the brain. So your brain needs oxygen. Without oxygen, you're going to pass out. You're going to pass out if you get oxygen back to your brain, you come back like that. Hypoxia is a very interesting thing because you can be severely incapacitated, but 1 or 2 breaths with oxygen, you're right back at it. Now, caveat is the longer that you've been out or the further you've gone into hypoxia, the more likely your brain damage is gonna be, and it can be to a point where your brain is completely then damaged and you will die, 100% you will die. But more often than not, you're gonna be extremely acting as if you were under the influence. You're gonna be everybody reacts differently, but it's like essentially it's like getting really drunk. This is the Helios, Helios.
Controllers had noticed something odd. The Malaysia Airlines flight from Kuala Lumpur, Flight 370, hadn't made contact. This wasn't overly concerning. Sometimes it takes a few minutes before pilots get in touch.
Okay, so now nobody cares, right? This is the whole other part. Ho Chi Minh notices, nobody does their job, nobody scrambles fighters, you just have a 777 flying rampant. Cool. It's a pretty large assumption. Now, here's another thing here. Let's come back.
By comparison, the captain was wearing a full face mask.
Captain's wearing a full face mask. He's got plenty of oxygen to fly up there with no oxygen in the cabin. Somebody makes a cell phone call or tries to make a cell phone call. Or, here, I'm going to give you a different solution or different. So this part of the video, they're saying that there was an attempted connection attempt from the first officer's cell phone to the ground station, right? They're saying, oh, the first officer's leaning up against the window, desperately trying to make a call. He's got 1 bar service. Or first officer forgot to put his phone in airplane mode, and at this position when they banked over, it connected. You know how I know this is a possibility? I've taken off out of Detroit. My phone wasn't in airplane mode. Made a left turn towards Canada, like trying to go up on the departure. I forget which one it is, before you turn right and come back down to the southeast. And my phone pinged a Canadian cell phone tower and charged me like $4 for being in Canada. I'm like, I'm not in Canada. Get out of here, you communists. So just trying to say, we're painting a picture on this video saying this FO is desperately trying to call the ground. We have no idea. Again, this is all 100% speculation. No idea.
Bar at the top of his screen. For a few seconds, the cell phone tower registered a signal hit.
Yeah, and it probably charged them, whatever this was, this different country, it probably charged them for freaking connecting to the cell phone tower.
Cockpit of Flight 370. What mattered was the mission.
What mattered was the mission. We're doing this mission to disappear this airplane. Okay.
The mission was far from over. It had been just about 35 minutes since Sahari had depressurized the plane and turned it back over the Malaysian peninsula. He had managed to get across the peninsula without being intercepted by fighter jets, but he still had a significant challenge ahead of him.
To exit shit.
Because Malaysia Airlines had just found out that something was amiss with Flight 370.
Alright, so now Malaysia notices, but nobody does anything.
Silence now filled the passenger cabin of the 777. It had been almost an hour since the plane was depressurized, and all of the passengers were either unconscious or dead.
How does he know? So let's play along with the theory here. You're Zahari. You've incapacitated your passengers. Time of useful consciousness at this altitude is about 5 minutes for the average human. Okay. 5 minutes average without any oxygen. Passenger oxygen is going to drop down. It may provide, what, up to 15 minutes, 20 minutes, depending on how heavily someone's breathing. Could be longer. Could be 30 minutes. You know, you have someone who doesn't need a lot of oxygen. Everybody's different. Everyone's got different body makeups, different things. Okay, so let's just say I think it's fair to believe that, you know, somebody could easily have been alive 30 minutes into this if they were using a mask. Maybe they were using a mask and the seat next to them was empty. They used the other mask. Okay. What if there was in the seat next to that seat? They used that mask. Okay. The portable oxygen bottles for the flight attendants, Gustavo, how long do they last? 30 minutes plus or something like that? Let's just keep that in mind. So it's been an hour.
The first officer and any cabin crew who had used portable oxygen bottles with a 44-minute.
Canadian, you have 18 seconds of useful consciousness at 37,000 feet. Useful consciousness and consciousness are different things. I know this because I've been in a hyperbaric chamber and I've done a rapid decompression at 34,000 feet. 2 minutes into it, I'm trying to spell my name by doing math. But I'm still there.
Supply had slipped in.
Depends on how hard you breathe as well. Average useful consciousness 30. And that's also, Canadian, remember, that's at a rapid decompression. This wasn't a rapid decompress, right? So he slowly decompressed the cabin. Now, it still would have got really freaking cold, but it probably took a couple minutes for it to get up to altitude. Cabin climbing at a couple thousand feet a minute. Got to go up to 30,000 feet. You know, level of stress, 20 minutes. All right, let's go with Andy. Say about 20 minutes. It's feasible someone was still breathing 20 minutes after he shut the packs off. Well, let's add 10 minutes to that, because if the cabin climbed at 1,000 feet per minute, it was probably at, what, 7,000 feet, and it's up to, what altitude are they at, 31, 34? So what is that? That's, if it was cabin altitude was 7,000 feet and it was at 34,000 feet, that's 28,000 feet to go at 1,000 feet per minute. That's 28 minutes to get up there if it's doing 1,000 feet a minute. How fast does the cabin climb when you shut off the packs? Anybody got a guess? I don't know. Maybe even at 2,000 feet a minute, that's still 15 minutes or 12 minutes. So if you could be alive for 20 plus 10, 30 minutes.
Into unconsciousness too. At an altitude of 35,000
feet,
they're
at 35.
Even 100% oxygen delivered through a portable oxygen bottle is not enough to stay meaningfully conscious. The only
meaningfully conscious to who?
Only person alive
meaningfully conscious to who?
Even functioning was the one up in the cockpit. But the situation which he had created was now beginning to have unexpected side effects for his plane, and these had nothing to do with his oxygen supply. Back at Agari, when the captain had cut power to the plane's two main electrical generators, the aircraft's computers had diverted the limited remaining electrical power to only the plane's most essential systems. But now, almost an hour after this had happened, the plane had begun throwing up warnings saying,
this is interesting, the equipment cooling override and all that. Now, do we know this for a fact, or are we assuming this? I'm curious. I don't know. I mean, because, obviously this is a problem.
He decided that once he was outside of radar range, he would be safe. Only then would he restore full electrical functionality to the plane. Meanwhile, air traffic controllers in Malaysia and Vietnam were becoming increased.
So
he decided that once he was outside of radar
when did he
range,
turn the
he would be
packs back
safe.
on?
Only then would he restore full electrical functionality to the plane. Meanwhile, Flight 370 slipped off the radar at Langkawi.
So now look at his navigating on. This is his navigation on emergency electrical standby equipment or power supply. He did this turn. He flew a perfectly straight line. Does he have an autopilot even with both gens out? I guess he does. Then he makes a perfectly timed turn here around the island. All right. I guess I missed it. I can't find it in here. But basically what happened...
If the computers which powered his cockpit screens
Trying to find
and
the
the
part.
aircraft's massively complicated systems overheated. According to his checklists, the very least that would happen was that his screens would start going blank.
So if you're on emergency electrical power, the last thing you want is your screens to go blank, especially if you only have 2 of them.
Without them, he would not be able to complete his mission. He had to restore power to the cooling fans. Flight 370 was nearing the edge of Langkawi's primary radar.
All right, I guess I missed it in here. But at some point, they say he turned the packs back on. And that was like, what, an hour after? If the crew O2, if the crew O2 is good for 30 minutes, not talking about the passenger oxygen, but the crew O2 bottles are good for 30 minutes. Do you think it's possible that maybe one of the 15 cabin members used 2 of them for a time of consciousness of an hour? Why would you then repressurize the airplane? Like you would just keep it cold and dark. I mean, if you're, I mean, I don't know. If you're dead set on committing suicide, why repressurize to get comfortable? I don't know. I just feel like we're doing a little bit of reaching here. I missed the part where he turned them back on, but he eventually turned them back on there because he needed to get the packs online. Okay, but all I was trying to say is that we're kind of reaching a little bit. We're still doing some incredibly timed maneuvers here on emergency electrical power with no rad out. Okay.
Used to track flights, which merely projected the plane's last known position out into...
Now this is a problem with just radar across different parts of the globe. It can be very inconsistent. So I believe all this. They followed the wrong radar. It was just the position of where it should be, not where it actually was. Now the SDU arcs are very interesting.
That because this signal traveled at a known...
So if you haven't watched this part about the arcs, you really should. I wish I could watch this whole video with you guys, but until I can get in contact with the Green Dot, maybe we can do something like that. I'm not going to watch it, but you should watch the SDU arcs because I do believe, that this is the fastest, the most accurate way to determine where this airplane was and where it landed. So I don't dispute the fact. If we scoot forward here, call from the ground, yada, yada.
This is not even to touch on some of the more...
We're going to get to the end of it. But basically, it doesn't show a picture of where the arcs ended. The 7 DME arc, where is that thing at? I know he's got a picture of it. A fantastic job on the visuals, though, on this. It definitely keeps your attention. I want to get to the simulator. That's important. Oh, the final turn.
How and exactly when to turn off not just the transponder, but the SATCOM and the ACARS too. These were no rookies.
Couldn't you, according to this diagram, couldn't you just sever this anywhere along here and you would do the same thing? Instead of going through the FMS and cutting off VHF, couldn't you sever this connection anywhere along here? All right, so we'll get to the final part of this video. So let me get through some of these messages here. As far as I know, the mast will auto-deploy at 18,000 foot cabin altitude. Okay, so Gustavo, you're saying you think he did a slow decompression, 15,000 feet. But man, at 15,000 feet, you're going to have to be flying around for a long time to make sure everybody's out. 15,000 feet ain't all that high. The one, the Lower Lodge, has a real interesting theory on MH370. Really, Delta? I'll have to check it out, man. Is there emergency O2 Canadian? There's emergency O2 for the passengers that will fall down from the passenger service units. That's chemical oxygen generators. But there are additional 100% oxygen bottles on board the aircraft stored in various locations for crew members for reasons to either, if there's a fire or something, you've got to be portable, or if there's some type of a rapid decompression and the crew members need to move about the cabin to do their duty, they need to be breathing on a portable oxygen bottle. So there are additional oxygen bottles about the size of this fire extinguisher right here you see in the image, a little bit smaller than that, so you can carry it with you. You've probably seen them if you've opened up the wrong overhead bin when you go to put your bag up there and you open up one that's like supposed to be closed for crew use or whatever, and then you see the oxygen bottle. That's all it is. Sometimes you use it for medical emergencies. If someone's hyperventilating or you're having a mental breakdown, you can sometimes give them oxygen, helps calm somebody down. So I don't know how many are on the 777. It can be varied. One thing I forgot to mention too is at the very beginning of this video, they make a big point about how he or somebody requested the O2 bottles to be serviced. Man, the O2 bottles get serviced they get serviced all the time. Like if this airplane is leaving at the night, maybe it's a RON, and they're doing a RON as a remain overnight check or something like that. Well, it's getting ready to go on a long flight up to wherever it was going, and then back. Let's make sure everything's topped off. Like, I don't put much thought into that either. Is it a coincidence that there was a maintenance log of them servicing the oxygen bottle? Sure. But I guarantee you, I mean, unless that sucker was down to 20%, he would have had plenty of oxygen anyway, because there are massive tanks. And at the 777, imagine they're even bigger, and there's 2 of them. So if he's planning on being by himself and sending the FO to go make out the infinity pot of coffee, you know, he should have plenty of oxygen even at 30%, 40%, 50%. So to just top him off, I find that like, okay, it's weird, but I mean, it happens all the time. Why did no other cells ping during the turn? Did anybody try to look for other pings? Like, are we only looking for the pilot's ping? I mean, imagine the data on that. Nobody knows. Who knows? Windows, you know, sometimes if you're sitting at the cockpit window, I mean, you just have the window between you and the ground, whereas someone sitting back, you got the whole airframe next to you. I don't know. Maybe his phone is sitting up here on the thing or right here, or maybe he's on his phone. Who knows? You never know. I mean, I'm not saying no other phones pinged. I'm not saying that's what happened. All I was telling you was a story that happened to me where literally my phone pinged a tower in Canadian airspace and charged me $4 when I was clearly not in Canada. So it's just throwing out other pieces of information. SATCOM data shows you turn the packs back on. That's what it was. Yeah, so it shows they turn the packs back on. Don't think that's a Boeing approved diagram. The video on the service record was signed off before it was amended later to O2 tank. The video, so the service record was signed off before it was amended later to the O2 tank. Okay, try again, bro. Did you see the JetBlue Airbus almost crash in Denver? No, I didn't. Was that like a tail strike? Someone was saying something about a tail strike. The cell phone hit a tower in Penang. If cell towers broadcast a high enough power to get a hit there, from where were they supposed to? You'd all be microwaved. If cell towers broadcasted at high enough power to get a hit there from where they're supposed to be, you'd all be microwaved. I think we're all getting microwaved, man. 5G, I'm not going to throw on my tinfoil hat right now, but, man, my phone burnt, like, it's hot. It just, RF is legit. It's science. I think we're all getting microwaved to a certain extent. So don't use wireless earbuds if you can. Minimize the RF between the brain. VATSIM stuff. JetBlue tail struck on early rotation to avoid a King Air landing opposite direction. Wow. That's exciting. Was this an ETOPS flight? If so, they don't get a more through line check before departure. Probably. Yeah, it is. I think it would have been ETOPS going over that ocean there, going up the South China Sea. I would imagine. I'd have to look at the route, but you're also very possible. Very possible. Theoretically, depending on frequency, cell signal can go up to 140 kilometers, but the limiting factor in this case is that the antennas are not pointing in the air. I just think as a more likely explanation is some catastrophic failure caused multiple electrical system failures in a mode that nobody has thought of if the plane depressurized and could not descend. Possible. Miggs, I'm listening to this fascinating theory on wireless headphones. Thanks. Miggs, I'm saving the world one wireless headphone at a time, my man. The ground crew signed off no services needed on the plane, then amended they topped off the O2 tanks. Okay. Well, I just had to get maintenance to amend maintenance that they did in Miami because it wasn't in Miami. Or they said it was done somewhere else, but it was done in Miami. I mean, it happens. I'm not trying to say that it's not ironic, but if this airplane's about to go ETOPS, mechanic said, yeah, it's a good bird. Oh, yeah, we topped off the tanks. I forgot to write that up. Let me write that up that we did top off the tanks. And if Zahari is being as thorough as he's being, maybe he noticed. Maybe he's like, well, didn't you guys top off the tanks? Why didn't you put that in the book? So he would have had him put it in the book. Why would you leave a paper trail? Why would you, if you're this mastermind that's going to disappear this airplane, why would you tell maintenance to put that in the book? Especially if they didn't do it on the book, on the first time. I don't know. Yeah, O2 bottles were checked. I would imagine if it was ETOPS, they had to be checked. Eventually, the crew would succumb to hypoxia and the plane would cruise on autopilot. Yeah. All right, let's get to this part because this is interesting. Now, before we get into it, what if you haven't seen this video, I, again, highly recommend go to Green Dot Aviation, watch this video. It's a great video, good visuals. It keeps you captivated, but I'm just trying to give you guys some other pieces of information from another line pilot. I'm coming at you not as a content creator, not trying to get clicks. I'm literally just telling you stuff that I've experienced in my personal professional career and how it could or could not apply at all to the theories on MH370. So that's all we're doing here. And leave a comment. Tell him he should partner up with V1 so he can come on the channel and we can use his videos. That'd be really cool. All right, so this next section, we're going to get into the flight simulator. They're saying, in a nutshell, is that Zahari used FSX, I believe, is what the graphics show, to do the same type of maneuvering on FSX. And they're pinning that against him. Now, I have a couple questions. Maybe someone in chat can point me to some information. Where has there been, and this is a genuine question, do we as the general public have any access to the legitimate findings of the computer where this information is coming from? I have not seen anything that says this is the Malaysia government report and we found this, and this on FSX. I haven't read that anywhere. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I want to read it, so that's why I'm asking you. Do we know, how do we know this? Is what I'm saying. We know he deleted his computer files, apparently, right? But where are the reports of this stuff? Because I want to read it for myself before I make my own assumptions. Because what we're going to, it looked like a lightning strike, Stratocast. What we're about to watch or listen to here makes it sound very definitive. This is exactly what happened. I mean, you're the mastermind of disappearing a 777 and you're going to just leave your data on FSX? Or you're going to delete it and then the FBI is going to dig through your old hard drives, deleted hard drives to find the FSX files, the replays on the map. You guys are familiar with that when you used to see your map replay? Man, that stuff was so hard to find. Like my sim would crash and I would lose my replay map forever. And I always wanted to find it back. So you're telling me this guy deleted stuff and then we went and found these deleted, destroyed hard drives and pulled this data off of it? I need to find, I need to know where this information is coming from. Because what we're about to watch here makes it seem very definitive. This is exactly what we found. I just find it very interesting that we have a smoking gun evidence on a hard drive that shows exactly what he was planning to do. Really? Really? We can't even figure out what Hillary Clinton's deleting on her emails. And now we have a perfectly story-fitting data string of a flight sim enthusiast who did this exact same thing on FSX. You know how hard, you know how freaking hard it would be to go fly FSX like a month earlier, do this route, and then do it in the real airplane, exactly like your FSX flight, you know how hard that would be? Anyway. Let's see what it says here. I'm hearing noises though. Hold on. Let me check the cockpit. I'm hearing noises. Oh shit, what's happening? What's happening here? Fuel center config. Oil temps. Speeds are dropping. Are we icing up? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Hold on, hold on. Let's turn on stuff here. Start the APU. Fuel center tank config. Okay, so that got engine 1 and 4 up. Why are 1 and 4 up, but we're not getting any fuel? We need to descend. We need to descend. Descend 330. Vertical speed. I want to go turn off or off the overrides. Doing a little drift down here. Is it the stab? It's the stab fuel. There we go. Back to 350. Let's go. Cross feeds are off. I know, I shut them off. There was a stab tank giving 1 and 2 an issue. I thought it was supposed to be. I thought this was supposed to be automatic fuel transfer. I need to open up those cross feeds on the side. I see what you're doing as an armchair FO. Will go make. Yes. Hey, Miggs, will you please go make the infinity pot of coffee, please, while I deal with this problem? Thank you. Don't mind me. Let me, Alright. But now why are we getting a fuel center tank config? I wonder if this is going to rebug it out or if it just got like stuck. Your APU will not work at this altitude. Well, it's running now, boy. let's put everything back to auto. We don't need it on, but I had it off, so everything's on auto. Fuel pump override off. Fuel pump override off. Where is that? These? The center needs to be off. Because there's no fuel in the center. Why aren't we climbing? Just push every button. Yeah, we're out of center tank fuel. That's normal. But I thought we were supposed to be like auto feeding to burn these down equally here. I need 74 gear in chat. Wow. Could you imagine if I would have went home? Overrides are the outer on the group of 4. No, they need to be on. It says override 3 off. But they should be on right now because they're higher. Those need to be on. We need to burn from this tank. Alright. Crisis averted. Would have been wild if you landed in the Pacific before waking up. Oh man, so much for fuel auto config. Alright, let's go ahead and turn the APU off. And the crossfeeds need to come off. No, the crossfeeds need to stay on. Because they need to feed from this tank too. What I should do is shut mains off is what I should do. Should I shut main tanks off? I feel like that's sus. That's what we need to do. Look at Team Vodka trying to fly my airplane 3 sheets to the wind. That's what we need to do, because we need to burn this puppy down right here. AP was actually running. Why is the APU on? Because I freaked out. I didn't know what was going to happen. The actual opposite of, you know, everything else. Never mind. Yes, we need to do this. This is what we need to do. Because right now we are burning fuel from mains 2 and 3. Brian, we need this config because we need to burn this down. We're not burning from mains because I need to get some. Can you move fuel? Check if your rada's out. I don't think so. Nope. That is not out. All right. Freaks out, starts to do memory items. I'm starting the APU. TOD Andre Henry is like prep, like getting back. I need to go to bed. Jeez, it's almost midnight. I'm gonna leave this here. Gustavo? Gustavo's the only one not drinking. So Mickey G, look, this is normal, right? I gotta burn main 2 and 3 because main 1 and 4 are at 35. I need to burn these puppies down. Everything is fine here. We're all hunky-dory, right? It's like fuel mini game in this plane. Well, I had to have, I have the auto fuel on. That obviously is not working. See ya, Canadian. Take it easy, man. You're not drinking Team Vodka? Well, I think that's fine. We gotta know. All right, let's finish up our MH370 because it's just about to get juicy, and then I'm going to bed because you guys are keeping me up way too late. I'm gonna get 5 hours of sleep. All right. Crisis averted. Where were we? Took my meds already. I'll keep. Oh yeah, Miggs. Hey, meanwhile, Miggs is still back. Miggs is still back brewing our coffee. All right, we're good. You'll find it in the center tank when you wake up. All 5,000 gallons. Tom, yeah, we had a minor freak out there. We're okay though. We're still good. Everything's good. We're all only getting 5 hours of sleep. 1 and 4 will start pump automatically when main 2 and 3 finish. All right, so I will turn 1 and 4 back on before I go to sleep. I'm gonna leave it on right now to help burn it down.
He makes to send me a coffee.
Yeah, man, we can airdrop you a coffee from here. We're at 35, so we should be able to airdrop because the cell phone tower in Nadi is close enough to where if we bank to the left and the horizon's, 2.7 degrees off of a Starlink satellite, we should be able to transfer the coffee into your center tank.
Sounds like some science shit, but I'm down.
You can send it via email. So much simpler.
Email it, man. Let me airdrop it to you. All right. I think it's a 330. APU generators powering the coffee pot, no problems. Okay, so if one of you guys find the data of the FAA or whoever came up with the information that shows Zahari had this data on his computer that we were able to recover, meanwhile, if I did 3 flights, I was not able to recover my FSX map no matter how hard I tried without deleting it, but apparently he deleted it and they found it and they got the hard drive back, and he flew exactly the route in FSX that he flew a month ago. A little suspicious. A little suspicious. All right. Let's see what this shows. This is on the assumption that the data was there. Okay, here we go.
And it's perhaps the most disturbing fact of all.
Why are my engines...
Are
my engines revving now, or is that... Oh, we're just going to stay in here, because I don't trust it. I don't trust things going on here. We're going to stay right here. Maybe FSX team helped them? Maybe. I'm not saying it's not weird. And I'm not saying it's not... I mean, it could be very compelling evidence, but I want to read the reports that say, this is what we found, this is what we retrieved, here's the data. Somebody give me a link to that information. That's all I want to say. Oh, he had a saved PMDG route too? Was Randangelo on there? Was he involved? All right. NSA is probably watching the stream right now. Honestly, you're not safe from anybody. All right, here we go.
Harry headed south over the Indian Ocean. This strange series of events was oddly familiar to him. That's because, just over a month before this night, he had practiced this journey on his home flight simulator.
Okay. He practiced this flight on his home flight simulator. Ooh, what an evil mastermind. Let me just tell y'all this. So, as an avid simulator enthusiast too, I have done many routes before I even thought about ever doing content creation on YouTube. Like, I would fly routes in my sim to familiarize myself with the route if it wasn't something I've done before, or just because I was bored and I wanted to do it. An example of this, I mentioned it before, like, so when I had recently upgraded to Captain, I was getting a flight to Lima. I think it was Lima. We had to go over some really gnarly terrain, kind of on that by Colombia, the whole that whole part of the South America there with really high terrain. So what I did the flight on FSX, and I gave myself a pressurization problem in the worst possible spot, and I tried to use the depressurization. At the time, we used depressurization escape charts to figure out what I would do, because that was kind of that's really your biggest threat, minus maybe an engine fire or an uncontained fire or something on the airplane. But a depressurization at night over the jungle in an area that I'm unfamiliar with as a new captain. So obviously Zahari's not a new captain or whatnot, but I mean, that doesn't make me someone that's like going to go out and do nefarious stuff to an airplane just because I'm giving myself the worst possible scenario outcome on my sim. So just because the dude's a simulator enthusiast, I mean, it almost seems like an easy scapegoat to say, oh, he has a sim in his house. Let's say that he did this exact same route. So I don't know. Just throw that out there. Let's go ahead and watch.
Hi everyone, this is a YouTube video that I made.
Okay, Mastermind didn't delete his YouTube account either. Like, okay.
On the evening of February 2nd, 2014.
SATEC Pro Flight had that yoke. Or is that? What is that? Is that the
14.
SATEC Pro Flight?
Zahari had
There it
taken a
is.
simulated Boeing
FSX, is that PMDG?
7 up to cruising altitude and flown it.
Haha, who remembers this map? Okay, so is this legit, or did he just make this up on FSX? Because if he made this up on FSX, that's pretty good. He actually downloaded FSX to get this map. This frickin' map, man, like, do you guys remember it? If you went more than like 500 miles, the carrot would reset sometimes and you would lose your route. This is so finicky. All right, continue on.
It along the Strait of Malacca.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing particularly unusual about this. Malaysia Airlines had plenty of flights which went up the Strait of Malacca.
Cool, so he's probably doing the same stuff that he always does. Normal.
And, like many pilots, Zahari sometimes practiced flights on his home computer.
Or is it FS 2004?
What was
Same
unusual
thing.
was what he did next. Once Zahari had
That's
reached
FSX, man.
the end of the Malacca Strait, he turned the plane to the south.
2D Cockpit gang in chat. His gear lever's not off. Where's all the people? Where's the comments? We need comments on this video saying, "Hey, put the gear lever in the off position." Come on, green dot.
And then he used the
It has an off position, right? In the 777? No, maybe it doesn't. Dom, welcome back to Private Pilot, man.
Flight Simulator's map function to drag it deep into the southern Indian Ocean.
So, why would you drag your airplane deep into the southern Indian Ocean if that's where you were going to crash? I don't get it.
From there, he set the fuel quantity to 0 and began gliding the plane.
Where the hell is he gliding to out in the middle of the water? Is there an island out there? I think there is, isn't there? Genuine question. Isn't there an island out there? There was like a theory, well, it landed at this island. It's like a military base. I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm just asking.
First, from an altitude of about
He didn't have the patience.
37,000 feet, and then from 4,000 feet.
Why does he care about glide distance, though, if he's trying to glide it to the water? Why does he care about glide distance? He's obviously trying to get a distance, a gliding distance. Why would he do it at 35,000 feet? And where the hell did they get this data? I mean, this is hard. I couldn't get this data back if if my sim crashed. And they got this data back from a deleted hard drive that they found at his house. It's almost like saying a 747 fuel tank explodes randomly by itself. Dom Pellegrino coming in with a $20 super chat. Dom, good evening, my friend. Thank you so much for a massive $20 super chat. Very kind of you, sir. Says, glad to be back on the streams, V1. Got to my first unit after flight school. HMX-1 in Quantico for presidential support duty. Sweet, man. Unfortunately, with the Osprey being grounded, though, did hear about that. No flights are going up unless POTUS support. Wow, Dom. Well, hey, man, first off, I'm glad to hear that you're okay. Everything's all right with you in regards to the whole Osprey grounding situation. Unfortunate, had lost some fellow service members. But thank you so much, Dom, for the $20 super chat. That is pretty neat. Presidential support duty. I would imagine there's probably some worse stations you could have got for your first unit, but that's awesome. Thank you for being back here on the channel and supporting the stream. Very kind of you, sir. Thank you. Jeremy says, I know there are tools to recover deleted files. Just because you delete file doesn't mean it's gone forever. Right. And Jeremy, and I totally agree with you that I'm not saying they couldn't recover this data, but we've recovered all of this to the T, but where is it? Who reported on it? Where is the data? I want to read the report of the agency that found the data. RMP forensic report concluded that there were no unusual activities other than game-related flight simulations, according to Multi2Sim. He's our new FAA stand-in. Mick says remote island where Elvis, Tupac, Biggie... I gotta go to sleep. JFK and Lemon all actually live out their lives thinking kumbaya around a fire with a lot of coffee. Speaking of Migs, you can come back to the cockpit now. I know, jeez. Basically, the file is not deleted, but marked as deleted. All right, I'm not. I don't want to get y'all confused here. I'm not like saying that you cannot recover the files. I just want to know what agency recovered said files, where was the report on said files, where did it say he did these exact things. I mean, we're watching a really good recreation of this, but who, what, where, when, where did this all come from? I want to read it myself, and then I'm going to go to bed. Med's kicking my ass. Good night. Hey, Gustavo, I appreciate you, man. You have a good rest of your night, buddy. Take it easy. There was a report on the computer data contained in an Australian FAA report. Put a link in the Discord, Team Vodka. I'll take a look at it. I just want to read it for myself. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So now he's practicing gliding distance.
Simulator route was a mere coincidence. Then, once again, we would have to conclude that chance itself had it out for Captain Zahari on this night.
We would have to conclude that chance itself. Or it's kind of weird that we just say that, oh, we found a simulator that has the exact same thing that we think happened to the airplane, and it totally explains it. It's all Zahari's fault. Meanwhile, Miggs is at the bottom of the ocean making coffee still.
Zahari undid his seatbelt and reclined in his seat.
Did he now? Because were you there?
He gazed.
I'm sure this dude was freezing his ass off with no electrical power. Well, I guess he's got it back now. Maybe he's got the heat cranked up. Everything's probably wet because it was freezing cold, and he's got the heat cranked up to 11. And now everything's condensating all over the cockpit.
Out into the darkness in front of him. For thousands of miles, there lay nothing but dark, deep ocean. Some of the deepest ocean in the world, in fact.
Yeah, that is true.
70 over the SATCOM phone.
All right, let's get to the simulator. We watch
At
that.
this point.
All right, journey south. Now, what is interesting is when the APU started up.
Automatically.
So hold on. Watch this.
Right.
So fuel starvation. Left engine shut down.
A few minutes later, the left-hand engine.
Left engine shuts down.
The autopilot and autothrottle disconnected.
Okay.
The cockpit instrument.
Okay. So hold up. He shuts off both generators. Everything's happily fine. Autopilot's still flying. He does incredible flight maneuvers. No rat deployment. No APU auto start. Yet when he loses both engines to fuel starvation, all of his cockpit screens go dark and the APU auto spools. I have a problem with this logic. AJ Funari, man, good to see you still here. It's clear what's going on. I'm not saying that it was aliens, but it was aliens. Where's the @FO with my coffee? AJ Funari. Cheers, brother, man. Thanks for the support. He was aliens, man. Team Vodka, you can't link it here. Son of a gun. Here. Link the dang thing. How do I make you link? Here, link it, Vodka. I don't want to open up Discord. You should be able to link it now. But I'm just saying, do you think it's a little weird, right, that now that the engine's failed, all this stuff happens?
Deprived of power and electricity, Flight 370 was now at the whim of aerodynamics. The plane began slowing down and descending. It was the beginning of the end. Except the aircraft had a final trick up its sleeve.
Ooh.
In the 777,
look at that white caps. Oh, I guess that's FSX. Or no,
some
it's the
fuel
same
is
sim.
reserved for the auxiliary power unit, the APU, in case both engines flame out. The APU is a small gas turbine.
So when both engines flame out, the APU starts. I think what he's trying to say is when both... Is that really what it is? It has to be a flame out, not generator start? I don't know. I'd have to look up a 777. Someone have to tell me who's on a 777.
Turbine engine in the aircraft's tail. It doesn't produce any thrust, but it does provide...
Yeah, it does. APU thrust.
The plane with limited electrical and hydraulic power. In the case of a double engine failure, it starts automatically.
Double engine failure or dual gen failure? Because we already had a dual gen failure and nothing happened. Why would it be an engine failure that it auto starts? Why would you start the AP with a dual? How are you gonna determine it's an engine failure versus a generator failure? Need some 777's knowledge bombs in chat. I don't know. I'm just curious.
And provides enough power to ensure that the aircraft remains controllable.
All right, so it spools back up. When it spools back up, it sends an emergency ping, and that gives it its final surprise. It rolls over on its back because it's not trimmed, and eventually crashes into the water. What's ironic is it was still flying when people were searching. Probably legit, I believe that.
We do find the wreckage. 7-0.
Okay, so what did we learn here, chat? What did we learn? How do you magically have a dual generator failure? By shutting off both gens. So Mike Jones, he shut them off. He shut them off both. He shut off both gens earlier to sever the SATCOM antenna. Nothing happened there. All right, Team Vodka has a link. Please be legit. I just clicked on that without any. I clicked on that link without any vetting directly to a live chat. So I appreciate you, Team Vodka, for not hosing me down on that one. That could have been bad. All right, Malaysia, operational search. ATSB, who's this? Australian, because they are totally never corrupt to their people, right? All right, let's see here. Why is this an Australian ATSB? Why is... All right, question, someone smarter than me. Why is the Australian Transport Safety Bureau reviewing this? Debris, flight path analysis, refinements of the flight satellite, yada, yada, yada. It's got nothing in there about the sim. Debris, ocean drift, surface drift, surface drift. Nothing about a simulator. Somebody said they posted it in the Discord. Let me see. Hold on. Let me turn this off here. Oh, it was close to Australia? They did the search and rescue work? Okay. I thought everybody was, though, right? Like, wasn't there a bunch of countries involved? Even the U.S. at one point? Or was the U.S. never involved? I got a welcome message from Green Dot Aviation's Discord server. Cool. Who posted the link and where are you? Malaysian report. The Malaysian Annex Safety. Okay, so this is from Malaysia. How can I share this? Is it this one? Yeah. All right, so this is a link that was sent to me by an unvetted sender. Apparently this is an email. The Malaysian ICAO Annex Safety Investigation Team. Do you think it would be peculiar for the Malaysian government to tell the world that one of their pilots went crazy? Would that hurt the Malaysian government and their causes, or would that help them as opposed to some other type of problem like corruption? I don't know. Let's continue on here. Let's see if we can find the juice. Summary. Oh my gosh, bro, this is like, what the hell? Factual information. All about SATCOM. I want factual information. We found debris, which obviously it crashed. I don't believe that it's like being repainted somewhere by aliens. So the factual information is over. Nope, so we're still going. Who's that? Migs! The coffee. Guys, if I go cold and dark, it's because I ran out of creamer for an ice cup. Migs, appreciate the $5 bake, or the $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Page 27, I'm being told. Page 27. Where's page 27? That's page 175. Page 27? Way up here. Appreciate the support, Migs. I'm about to go cold and dark here pretty soon myself. I'm just going to find out where this guy was flying an FSX here. Wreckage, other damages, 24, personnel. Royal Malaysia Police report on flight simulator of PIC. Royal Malaysia Police report sees the PIC's home flight simulator from the residence of the PIC on the 15th of March 2014. Forensic report dated 19 May 2014 and February, March, April, May documented more than 2,700 coordinates retrieved from separate file fragments, and most of them are default game coordinates. It was also discovered that were 7 manually programmed waypoint coordinates that, when connected together, will create a flight path from LIA to an area south of the Indian Ocean through the Andaman Sea. These coordinates were stored in the volume shadow information VSI file. February 3 of 14, the function of this file was save information when a computer is left idle for more than 50 minutes, hence the RMP if the waypoints came from one or more files. RMP forensic report cannot determine if the waypoints came from one or more files. RMP did not find any data that showed the aircraft was performing climb altitude heading maneuvers, nor did they find any that showed a similar flown by. RMP forensic report of the simulator did not find any data that showed aircraft was performing climb, altitude, or heading maneuvers, nor did they find any data that showed a similar route flown by MH370. RMP forensic report concluded that there were no unusual activities other than game-related flight simulations. Okay, the dude's got waypoints over here. Could be an like, we have no idea. Like, this could be, I mean, who knows what all these waypoints are. This is up a massive route for that Malaysia Airlines. These could be, you know, TOD rings that pause at top of descent going into Australia for all we know. There's nothing here that says that. We're doing all the investigative work. Page 73 has more information. Oh, what? That's the one I was on. Yeah, master page 73. So, I mean, this is what we came up with. This is what the Royal Malaysian Police came up with. We have 7 waypoints, that 5 of which are all in the same area of God knows how many flights Malaysia Airlines does. So that really has no weight in my mind of anything. And we got 2 waypoints down here in the South Indian Ocean. How many hours does he have in his pilot logbook? Do you think it's possible that he flew over this part of the ocean at some point if he lives in Malaysia? I think so. I mean, you're telling me Mr. Mastermind, what's his name? I forget his name now. Look, I'm not trying to defend the guy. I don't know if he did it or not. I'm just saying this is what we got. This. And we're trying to say that he's flying his 777 PMDG on these routes and depressurizing them and altitude descending them. It even says there's no information of altitude climbs or descents nor a route close to 370, yet the video shows that he did the same route and dragged his airplane to the south of the Indian Ocean and did power-off glides from altitude and from 4,000 feet. Most experienced pilot in the country. I don't know. There's some islands down here. I know that, though, right? What's down here? Some vodka said it earlier. There is an island down here. But, look, man. What do I think? Oh, I didn't want to close that. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I thought I just... Hold on. We need to... It's getting late. I'm going to start cussing. I'm getting fired up. Look. Let's enjoy a sunset here for a minute. Let's do some real talk. Do I know what happened to 370? No, I don't know what happened to 370. Do I think that somebody on board the aircraft was involved with the disappearance of 370, I think there is a strong likelihood that that is possible. Do I think the captain is any more likely to be responsible than the first officer? I don't know their backgrounds. I'd have to look into that. I really don't know. There's nothing that has been reported that is compelling to me to say that the most experienced pilot in the country of Malaysia is going to disappear at 777 and commit suicide. There's nothing that pushes me to believe that. Just him, this mastermind. AJ, thanks for the $5 super chat. Note to self, turn off Tillis autosave to the 3-letter agencies for framing for being drunk and messing around on your flight sim. Yeah, God help you if you have a pause of TOD over the ocean somewhere and you go missing. They're coming for your whole family. So, I don't know. I think the two outcomes that I personally think happened at 370, I think there was a option A is a event on board the aircraft. I actually think there's three possibilities. Option A is some type of systematic failure or some type of situation that caused the aircraft to do weird things, and we don't know what happened. Maybe the crew was trying to find their way back, and they were on a heading. They were like, hey, we got to fly. Maybe they lost where they were, disoriented, smoke in the cockpit, dealing with engine issues, and they were flying south over the Indian Ocean thinking they were going to hit up where they were supposed to be going, and it never happened. I think that's a likely possibility. I also think the possibility of a hijacking is also up there. I'd say equally. I see all three of these theories that I'm telling you I think are equal likelihood. So we have some type of system problem. I'm not saying it's just an engine failure. I'm saying engine failure like smoke in the cockpit, fire, electrical fire. Who knows? I mean, Swiss Air 111, was it Swiss 111? I mean, for crying out loud, we had no idea what was going to happen, that a in-flight entertainment system would cause a fire. They wouldn't even have smoke until they shut off the recirc fans. You don't know what you don't know until it happens. So we have not perfected aviation. As much as we want to think that we have the safest travel, and we have the safest travel to date because we learn when things that we don't know happen, we learn from them and try to prevent them from happening again, right? But we still don't know what we don't know until it happens to us and we can prevent it. So something with the airplane mechanical, option A. Option B, some sort of hijacking on board the aircraft. Whether it is the captain, whether it's the first officer, whether somebody took control of the aircraft at some point and then took it over, I think that's also just as likely. The fact that I just have a hard time believing everything was done so systematically perfect, because the things that had to be done are so outside of the realm of pilot knowledge. Like, nobody is caring about those things necessarily. We care about ETOPS. We care about fuel conservation. We care about, depressurization procedures. We don't care about where the handoff is and where we're going to be black between Ho Chi Minh and Malaysia airspace and which way we got to turn and we got to fly this direction so we avoid these guys, and that no military force is going to see a 777 flying overhead and do any investigating. Okay, so hijacking is up there. And the third option would be that it was one of the crew members. I'm not saying it's not possible that a crew member did it, but I think those other two options are just as likely. So, option D, aliens. I think option D is about the same likelihood as option E, which is it was taken over remotely and landed at that island or crashed, or it was stripped of technology. So, Andrew B., no one's going to get a hold of anybody at that altitude. That's why I have a problem with a lot of the we're going to open a whole can of worms here. I don't want to do this. But I'm not even going to say it. We're not going to go there. It's too late. It's 12:30 in the morning. Now, I'm going to leave option F, none of the above. Yeah, AJ, option F, none of the above. You don't care about this stuff because you aren't thinking of crashing an aircraft? I'm just saying, Brett, there's other options that are just as... Like, what if I told you... what if I told you before the turn at Igari they had an engine surge, and in the panic of the startling in the middle of the night, instead of putting the transponder to TA only, they put it to off. That engine surge ingested the fan blade, threw smoke into the cockpit. Now you've got thick black smoke in the cockpit. That engine surge that had a uncontained failure through a fan blade. You got some type of electrical problem now, and you're starting to lose the electrical system systematically on the aircraft. Okay, you lose it systematically. The airplane makes a turn. I don't know. I'm just saying it could happen. Maybe all chaos goes out, and then maybe you get everything back online for a brief moment, and then you realize you're out of fuel. Maybe they were fighting the problem all night long and trying to figure out how to get back to somewhere and contact someone, but they couldn't. I don't know. Yeah, Zippy, I got it muted. My bad. Was someone online? Best dono yet. Get some sleep. All right, I'm out. We'll never know. Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. We are never going to know what happened. Because that black box, even if we were to recover it, there's no saying that we're going to have the data on it at this point. I mean, it's been so long. So, I just think there are more likely scenarios. You know, everything in that green dot video is very cinematic and it's captivating. It's easy to watch. I like his accent. I like his voice. But everything is speculation. Oh, he turned off this, and he did this, and now he's putting his seat back. We don't know. The dude could have been shot in the head after takeoff. Like, we don't know. Like, we have no idea. So, here's the last thing I'm going to leave you with for the conspiracy theories out there. Does anybody find it interesting that shortly after the disappearance of a 777, another Malaysian 777 was shot down by, what was it, Serbs or a Russian faction? Completely destroyed? I'm going to leave you with that conspiracy theory thought process. Chat amongst yourselves. Velociraptor, yeah. No, Velociraptor here. So about the data being recovered, I don't dispute that. I think it's I believe it. And we just looked at the PDF, Velociraptor. We looked at it. You're telling me, though, this data that you'd recovered, all these waypoints. Can I highlight on this thing? Oh, hell yeah. So all these waypoints up here mean absolutely nothing to me. You know how many flights they have up and down here? He could have TOD saved. He could have pause at top of descent. He could have pause at top of climb. Whatever. Who knows? State saving all around here. Because there's literally, I don't know, more than half of their flights go up and down right here. So these mean nothing to me. These are the only interesting waypoints. But I want to know how much flight simulation hours he had on FSX. If we got the data, how many hours? Do you have, what do you have? Like probably, 10,000 hours of FSX time? Who knows? Maybe less than that. What if he was flying into Perth? Or who knows? I don't know. It's weird. These two are weird. Absolutely. But I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that an airplane took off from here, like went here and went back here and then came down here and then... I mean, I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. I don't know. All right. I see everyone's getting fired about MH17. I'm going to let y'all talk. You can chat amongst yourselves. Here's the deal. I want to leave the sunset view out, but I'm scared we're going to lose an engine. I'm going to turn my pumps back on. All right, our pumps are back on. Everything's green. Godspeed. We could turn Jazz back on. Fuel status looks good. Jeremy, you got a good... That's a great phrase to end on. Correlation does not equal causation. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, that's so beautiful. Here, I'm going to leave it like this until the sun sets. I'm going to put the Jazz on, and then when I go to sleep, I will, I'm going to go cockpit view so I can track it on my phone. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure. Hold on real quick. I got to check in on XP72. Where's he at? Is he asleep? Did we make it past XP72's bedtime? Or is he still up? Oh, he already went to bed. Slacker. Went to bed before me. We were live before him. Oh, he's got a nice little nav map up on his screen. I don't have that. Well, that's Navigraph. That's a good idea. Let me give you some Jazz. You guys want a Navigraph map or nah? Oh, I don't even have my position on Navigraph map, so rip. See my message above. Zippy Zapple. I didn't. No, I didn't. Where's your message, Zippy Zapple? I don't know. Message me on Discord. I got my V-Pilot up. Here's the thing. I'm going to turn my V-Pilot all the way up. Somebody starts screaming through the mic. You see the airplane crashing. All right. This is elevator music. Hold on. What is this? You want the elevator music tonight? This is Korean jazz. Apparently. MH17 was shot down by MH370. Okay. I'm going to bed. This is Korean jazz, Hasso Basso. I don't know how to find the other one I had. This is literally, I've literally searched Korean jazz. This is all I got. Maybe it'll come on. Where's my be right back thing? Right here. All right, 5 hours of sleep. Good night, chat. We're on the Korean jazz playlist. If we get a Korean song or not, it's not up to me. It's up to the Epidemic Sound Studio gods. There's the sunset. Oh, so beautiful. I really hope everything goes smooth that we can land in LA. That would be absolutely incredible. All right. Peace out. Hey, I better not find this plane floating in the ocean when I land with the mysterious fuel and transponder shut off, by the way. All right? No hijacking my PC tonight. All right. So.
Just watch me break in your sphere. You're falling into me, touch me. I swear you will do anything that I want. So keep us awake to the dawn. Ooh, baby, feel free. I wanna make you sweat on me. I wanna make you sweat on me, baby. Ooh, sweat on me. laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to laugh and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Christ is born, the babe, the Son of Mary. This is Christ the King, Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Not only green when summer's here, but also when it's cold and drear. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, thy leaves are so unchanging. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, such pleasure do you bring me. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, such pleasure do you bring me. For every year this Christmas tree brings to us such joy and glee. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, such pleasure do you bring me. Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, you'll ever be unchanging, a symbol of goodwill and love. You'll ever be unchanging, each shining light, each silver bell. No one alive spreads cheer so well. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, you'll ever be unchanging. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, you'll ever be unchanging.
coming round. God, oh. 'Cause darling, there was nothing right when all you seem to do is lie. Those days are gone. I'm walking tall while you're alone. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better. I'm better off. When I look at what I've done, now that we're apart, when I look at what I've won, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better off. And baby, you don't belong. Your love was cold, heart made of stone. I'm just fine, I'm gonna shine. I'm alright. I'm celebrating my liberation. I'm moving strong, I'll get it done. I'm alright. Might be shaken but not stirred. Just a lesson that I've learned. And so it goes, tables turn, and you're on your own. When I think about the way we used to be, when I think about the things you took from me, I know that I am so much better. I'm better off. When I look at what I've done, now that we're apart, when I look at what I've won, I've come so far. I know I'm so much better off. Baby, you don't belong. I know I'm so much better off. Now, baby, you don't
voice in reply, echoing their joyous strains. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Shepherds, why this jubilee? Why your joyous strains prolong? What the gladsome tidings be, registered by your happy song. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Gloria in excelsis Deo.
morning, gentlemen. The temperature is 110 degrees. Holy sh**.
Bank angle. Bank angle.
Watching from Europe, so missed the first 8 hours or so. Watched back the departure. That was epic. Have a safe landing.